21 years ago today, America was under attack. Today, and forever and always, we will never forget 9/11. Today, as well, the NFL kicks off. Thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Pittsburgh Steelers, Cincinnati Bengals from Paul Brown Stadium in Cincinnati, as the Steelers will take on the defending AFC champion Joe Burrow-led Bengals, who lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl this past February. However, today we kick off the 2022 season. Everyone other than the Bills and the Rams, who played on Thursday night with a Buffalo 31-10 win over LA, is in fact starting with a clean slate at 0-0. First full NFL Sunday. We'll have 9 games at 1 o'clock, more fall at 4. Sunday Night Football, Tampa Bay and Dallas between the Buccaneers and Cowboys. Be sure to tune in live here on YouTube for those live watch-along reactions. Tomorrow night, Monday Night Football, Russell Wilson and his Denver Broncos will take on his former team in the Seattle Seahawks. But today, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, is going to be personal, as it always is. An old school rivalry. See what gives. As always, I'm sure something will. We'll have Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, and Evan Washburn down on the field. Just as Heinz Field is now Acrisure Stadium, or however the hell you pronounce it, and whatever the hell their company is. Paul Brown Stadium is now Paycor Stadium, so the Bengals can build a practice facility for themselves. But it should be a good game here today. I mean, the big question is for Pittsburgh here in 2022 and in the future, who's replacing that guy back there? Hopefully you can see that. Should be able to. Big Ben Roethlisberger, who, of course, had retired at the end of last year. Bengals won the North. Pittsburgh was the 7th seed as a wild card. Also made the playoffs. Cincinnati got the whole way to the Super Bowl as the lone AFC team before they lost to the Rams, as mentioned. So LA is defending their title. However, it looks like Buffalo is going to be the team to beat after they played the way they played on Thursday night. AFC, in my opinion, is more wide open than the NFC is. In the AFC, you have the Bills. The North, honestly, other than the Browns, if Watson wasn't suspended, might be a different story. Honestly, could be, a 4-way tie come the end of the year. They might take each other out, just like the AFC West. Honestly, the best division of football this year. The South, I think it's either Indy's or Tennessee's. And out West, Kansas City, of course. But then Denver, Vegas, and LA, the Broncos, Raiders, and Chargers. Who knows what's going to happen with those 4 teams. NFC-wise, of course, you got the Rams, along with Tampa, who won the Super Bowl the year prior. And then Green Bay, who's been in the mix. They just haven't been able to get over the hump. You can't count the Dallas Cowboys out because they're probably going to be there. Philly potentially could be good once again this year too. I wouldn't be surprised potentially about Chicago or even Minnesota to bring up the rear, so to speak. Carolina could be the second best team in the South behind Tampa Bay. And then, of course, the Rams, 49ers, Cardinals, Seahawks are going to be bad, I think, without Russ at quarterback. So, with all that being said, 2 teams I think that are going to get to the promised land and get to Super Bowl 57 on Sunday, February the 12th, 2023, because it was brought to my attention that I officially did not give my Super Bowl prediction on Thursday night during the NFL kickoff between Buffalo and LA. However, I did go over division winners and who I thought, of course, could make the playoffs. But I honestly think it's going to be the Buffalo Bills coming out of the AFC because they've been right there as well. They really honestly just haven't been able to win a big game. They did Thursday night though. Josh Allen looking like a young Ben Roethlisberger, and us Steeler fans, of course, know how that turned out. 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl wins, and a future Hall of Fame career 5 years from now. But I think Buffalo is going to make it out of the NFC. I don't think the Rams are going to repeat, even though I think they'll find their groove after a slow start. It just seems like on Thursday night they weren't ready to play when the Bills were. And then it's a coin flip between 2 teams that are going to play in 2 weeks between Green Bay and Tampa Bay, with Aaron Rodgers returning and Tom Brady also returning after retiring and coming out of retirement for his 23rd NFL season at age 45. So, coin flip between the Packers and Bucks. I called heads for Green Bay, tails for Tampa, and it came up heads. So give me the Green Bay Packers. And come February the 12th, 2023 on Fox. As on CBS, we're going to have Steelers Bengals kickoff here momentarily. Eagles Lions, we'll be watching that game as well. I think the Lions could win a few more games than they did last year as Dan Campbell enters year 2, as the Lions will continue to bite off kneecaps in their true grit style. But yeah, I think the Buffalo Bills and Green Bay Packers will meet in Super Bowl 57 at the end of the year. But in the meantime, we're just now kicking off the 2022 season, and there's a lot of football left to be played. It's 18 weeks, 17 regular season games. Expanded playoffs will return as well, so you'll have 7 teams out of the AFC, 7 teams out of the NFC, and then down to the nitty-gritty we go until 2 teams are left standing, and then they'll play that Super Bowl, and 1 team will come out victorious. The other, as the Bengals did in the Super Bowl last year, kicking off their season at home here today against Pittsburgh Steelers, who once again will start on the road. We're going to honor America. 21 years since 9/11, so we'll have the national anthem. But yes, 1 team will win, 1 team will lose. Name of the game is in fact to win. You play to win the game, so to speak. So I'll shut up. National anthem underway, and we'll have kickoff momentarily. I was in kindergarten when 9/11 happened. Twin Towers in New York City, the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a field east of Pittsburgh in Shanksville. We will never forget. Alvarez mentioned the NFL kicks off here today. Steelers, Bengals. Mike Tomlin returns for another season. Has never had a losing season as the Steeler head coach. Pittsburgh's finished with at least a 500 or better record every year since Big Ben Roethlisberger's rookie year back in 2004. We enter 2022 with, as mentioned, who's going to be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They signed Mitch Trubisky in free agency They drafted Kenny Pickett out of Pitt in the draft. Trubisky will start. Pickett will be the backup. Mason Rudolph's still on the roster. He's your third string, however, inactive today. However, for Pittsburgh, regardless of who's playing quarterback, it all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the football. The Steelers' philosophy for as long as they've been around, since 1933, 90 years next year, you run the football and you play good defense. You got to rock the Naj with double deuce 22 Najee Harris. They signed a few free agent offensive linemen. We'll get into the starting O-line and the rest of the starters in a minute, as Trubisky will start at quarterback. Of course, Najee at running back. 3 good receivers. Pat Freiermuth is back at tight end. But then defensively, just make stops. Play Steeler defense. Force some turnovers. Capitalize off those turnovers. Rely on your special teams when needed. If they can run the football this year and play good defense, play Pittsburgh Steeler defense, blue collar, hard hat defense, the Steelers are going to be perfectly fine regardless of who's playing quarterback. Okay? That's how it's always been. Ben was just better than a few previous quarterbacks. They went and won a few Super Bowls and still haven't had a losing season in almost 20 years, as mentioned. Okay? So, like I said, as long as they can run the football and play good defense, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be fine. Today, though, they're going to have to stop Joe Burrow, who is an MVP candidate, took the Bengals to the Super Bowl, just like Roethlisberger did, an Ohio kid in his second year. Ben won, Burrow lost. But in the meantime, Pittsburgh Steelers offense post Ben Roethlisberger. A new era of Steeler football is about to begin. The Bengals are on to kick off. Right to left across your television screen, radio, and audio dial. Gunnar Olszewski, who they signed from New England, back deep to receive. And we're underway in 2022. We'll see how the Steeler offense looks with number 10, Mitch Trubisky, in at quarterback. If he gets injured, if he starts to suck, number 8, Kenny Pickett, is in fact ready to play. Trubisky, a former first-round pick, of course, by Chicago. Didn't really play it all last year as he backed up Josh Allen in Buffalo. Pittsburgh signed him in free agency. And here we go. Let's see what the Steelers offense, with Mike Tomlin as your head coach, Matt Canada as your offensive coordinator, and Terrell Austin as your defensive coordinator. See how the black and gold look here today. They went to Buffalo week 1-1 last year. They'll start out out of the gun, and then he'll flip it over the middle. Pat Freiermuth, the second-year tight end out of Penn State, for 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. So, Dan Moore Jr., Kevin Dawson, Mason Cole, James Daniels, and Chuk from left to right across your offensive line. Cole and Daniels are the 2 they signed in free agency, along with Trubisky. They actually made a lot of moves this past offseason, which was not that big of a surprise, but at the same time, unlike the Steelers, at least with the number of transactions that they made before the draft. 3rd and 2, Trubisky pass caught by Deontay Johnson, who is in fact active today, and he'll be right there at the marker. He's going to be short. They'll say 4th and inches by a half a yard. They're going to punt. Go for it. Not even a minute in. And I don't know. They rolled him short, so they're going to have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it if they want to challenge, which a minute in, you're not going to want to do that. So 4th and 1. Play clock at 5. They're going to take a delay of game punt. And Mike Tomlin, in the meantime, is going to challenge it. So they're going to have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. That's going to be close because he's right there and they rolled him short. So you get 2 challenges, of course. You win it, you get to keep it. You lose it, you lose one challenge, and then you're down a timeout, and we'll have 2 remaining here in this first half. But with 13:38 to play in the first quarter, we just kicked off. Third play of the game after a 3-yard pickup on a shuffle pass over the middle of Pat Fryermuth, and then a 5-yard gain, pass complete to Deontay Johnson, and then they mark him short, 4th and about a half a yard. And Pittsburgh doesn't agree with the call, and rightfully so. It's right there. The problem is they rolled him short, so you got to find undisputed evidence to return it once again, so we'll see if they got it or not. I don't think they're going to have it just because it's that close. And in that situation, normally it's going to stand as called. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if they do reverse it, give Pittsburgh a 1st and 10 here. But then, well, if not, Pittsburgh will punt to begin the game. They get the first down. You got to get going with the running game with Najee Harris. Because like I said, as long as the Steelers can run the football this year, something they really haven't been able to do the past 2 years, Najee, no doubt about it, last year 10 times better than James Conner's whole entire career in Pittsburgh. But they still got to be more balanced and more consistent at running the football, along with playing good defense. And like I said, if they can do that, I don't care who's playing quarterback. That's just as long as it's not Mason Rudolph, because we've seen that experience. Trubisky on a 2-year, $10 million deal. They drafted Kenny Pickett. Of course, he's the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And a fan favorite because, of course, he also played at Pitt. The problem was, the problem I had at least with it was, really wasn't, anything major by any means. I would have been fine with either Pickett or Malik Willis. Willis, of course, fell to the 3rd round of the Titans, backing up Ryan Tannehill. They obviously made the right decision with Kenny Pickett with the way he played in the preseason. But I just didn't want to have them make the, whatever you want to call it, move, just to make up for not selecting Dan Marino out of Pitt back in '83, because then he had a Hall of Fame career. Never won a Super Bowl with the Dolphins, but then at the same time, you don't get Roethlisberger probably in '04. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't, if you had Marino. So went through all those years, got to now, and now a new era starts after Ben once again. Going to stand, so Pittsburgh going to lose a challenge and a timeout here. 4th and 1, they'll punt. Presley Harvin gets it down to the 22. And here comes the Cincinnati offense, led by number 9, Joe Burrow, former Heisman Trophy winner at LSU. Won a national title as well, led the Bengals to the Super Bowl last year. However, they lost to the Rams. Pittsburgh got swept by the Bengals both times they played last year. Once at home late September, and then the second time was right around Thanksgiving. But Cincy going to start 1st and 10 from the 22, empty set 5 wide, and Burrow's going to go down in the sack by number 97, Cam Hayward. So you got Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, a former Bengal defensive lineman as well, and there's a replay. Yeah, Cam Hayward almost got to him, kept with it, and then boom, down goes Burrow. But Larry Ogunjobi is also on the D-line for the Steelers. Your backers with Watt, Highsmith, Devin Bush. They bring pressure again. Burrow's pass going to be intercepted. Minka Fitzpatrick down the far sideline, and he returns it for an interception. That's a pick 6 and a touchdown for the Steelers. However, there is a penalty on the field. So pressure, forcing turnovers. They return it. Touchdown Pittsburgh for the time being. Flag on the play. See what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. No foul on the play. Touchdown Pittsburgh. So they get out of the jam. 3 plays in, okay, They challenge the spot, don't get it, punt. 2 plays in for Cincy after a sack. More pressure on Burrow, and Minka Fitzpatrick intercepts it. Had a convoy led by Sutton, and touchdown Pittsburgh. So the Steelers are on the board 6-0 with Boswell on for the extra point. Couldn't have asked for a better start because they didn't look bad on offense. It was just the spot, 4th and short. Decided to challenge, you don't get it. Okay, you punt. Defensively, 2 plays, a sack, interception, which was a pick 6, and boom. Pittsburgh with 12:43 to play in the opening quarter. The Steelers lead the Bengals 7-0. So pull up some stats here. Also take a look around the rest of the NFL with, as mentioned, 9 1 o'clock games now officially underway. We are watching Steelers, Bengals, and Eagles Lions as Detroit actually just scored. Jared Goff with a handoff, and Jamal Williams with a few-yard touchdown run. And they're going to be also up a touchdown early. Falcons up 3-0 on the Saints. 49ers and Bears playing in a monsoon in the Windy City, tied at 0. 3-0 Jaguars over Washington, and then with just as 49ers Bears is tied at 0. Patriots, Dolphins, Ravens, Jets, Browns, Panthers, Colts, and Texans are also all tied at 0 here early too. However, with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, Burrow's going to be 0 for 1 with a sack and then an interception. Picked off by number 39, Minka Fitzpatrick, and returned about 40 yards or so for a touchdown. So Pittsburgh 7-0. In the meantime, Mitch Trubisky, as Pittsburgh did not run the ball in their opening drive at all, he's 3 for 3 for 9 yards. So they went 3 and out and had to punt, but he's 3 for 3 for 9 yards. Claypool has a catch for 5 yards. Freiermuth has a catch for 3 yards, and Deontay Johnson has a catch for a yard. So, of course, the Bengals can get the ball back here now. Pittsburgh will kick off after the touchdown. Steeler Nation traveled well, as always. Nothing new. But it's nice for the time being. It might rain at some point in time in the game today. But, yeah. Cincinnati not starting that good, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Pittsburgh's got to keep it up, though, with the pressure, stop the run, create havoc, force some turnovers and capitalize, which they did on the opening drive. So you can't ask for much more, especially to start the game and to start the season. Because remember last year when they played up in Buffalo week 1, that game was ugly for both teams a good part of the game until Pittsburgh ended up finding a way to win late. Cincinnati won the North, like I said. Pittsburgh finished 9-7-1, was a 7 seed before they lost in the wild card round to the Chiefs. But here we go. 1st and 10 Bengals from the 25. Handoff, and Joe Mixon, Boomer Sooner for 5 to the 30. So, yeah, we'll talk more about the Steeler offense once they get back out on the field. But first defensive touchdown for Pittsburgh since that Wednesday game they had in December 2020 against the Baltimore Ravens, which is a little hard to believe. We'll see if they can continue the new sack streak after the one they had going last year was broke midway through the year. But Jamar Chase in motion. I'll pick the end around him. 2nd and 5. Burrow going to hand off again. And Mixon hits the hole and gets a Bengal first down. But, yeah, we'll talk more about the Steeler offense once they get back out on the field. But Mitch Trubisky is your starting quarterback. Kenny Pickett's your backup. Najee at running back. Your receivers, of course. are, in fact, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens. Pat Freiermuth at tight end, but this is TJ Watt's team now, along with Cameron Hayward and Minka Fitzpatrick. You run the ball, you play good defense, rest will, figure itself out. So I said, I don't really care at this point who's playing quarterback for Pittsburgh, just as long as they win. So, 2nd and 7. Out of the eye. They got all day on the play clock. Chase going to be in motion again. I'll fake the end around and toss near side. Mixon nowhere to go. Going to be brought down by Devin Bush and Arthur Millette. So, yeah, this is TJ Watt's team, along with Hayward and Fitzpatrick. Devin Bush is there, but he's never been the same since the knee injury in October of 2020. He's still not that bad of a player, but it's like, at some points in time, it's like, how did you not make that play when, beforehand he would have. But they did sign Miles Jack in free agency as well, former Jaguar. He's playing linebacker, as is Robert Spillane, who makes the tackle. Cincinnati gets the first down, though. They also brought in Levi Wallace at cornerback from Buffalo as Joe Hayden is no longer a Steeler. Good tackle by Spillane, but they get the first down. Hayden Hurst, the former Pirate prospect, and now former Raven and Falcon, a Bengal tight end, as C.J. Uzomah's no longer with Cincinnati. Either T. Higgins, Tiger to Tiger, the Bengal connection. Cincinnati now moving the ball, 1st and 10. Tyson Alualu's back on the D-line too, I might add, after a season-ending injury last year. Stephon Tuitt decided to retire. Sutton with a good open field tackle there, but you got to cover a little bit better than that. Yeah, they get jammed up, and it's early. Got to work the kinks out. Just as long as you fix the mistakes. Screen, and then no gain on the play. Witherspoon, Wormley. Gang tackle by the Steelers. There's Mike Tomlin. Cincinnati's coached by Zach Taylor, former Nebraska quarterback, former offensive coordinator for the Rams under Sean McVay. And then, of course, we had that Ram-Bengal Super Bowl this past February. Out of the gun, 2nd and 10 from the 34. Ball batted up in the air by TJ Watt. It'll fall incomplete. Got some trash talk going on, but what's new? Yeah, good defensive play by TJ. About a fingertip too short to pick it off as he jumped in the air. So he batted it up. Still almost picked it off, but incomplete. 3rd and 10. Cincinnati, honestly, okay, they're moving the ball a little bit here, but not really doing that good of a job with, as Burrow's going to avoid a sack, and then he does go down on the sack, and they force him out of field goal range, so now the Bengals are going to have to punt back at the 41, loss of about 10. Highsmith and a few others on the stop. Yep. But yeah, it seems like Cincinnati's not doing a good job of trying to hold on to the ball, even though Pittsburgh's just making some good plays on defense. That's 2 sacks now, already have an interception. Highsmith looks jacked too. Shit. They're going to kick this from like 59. Yeah, 59-yard field goal for Cincinnati on 4th and 17 from the 41. Kick's going to be good. You got to be kidding me. From 59 yards out, the kick's up and good. So regardless of the sack, they decide to kick it, and it's up and good. Evan McPherson, who won Cincinnati a few games last year in the playoffs as well, gets the Bengals on the board on their second drive with a field goal after they threw a pick six on the opening drive. It's just taking them some time. I mean, Pittsburgh on offense, though, we really don't know how they can drive the football, because even though Trubisky was 3 for 3, they only went 9 yards because they had to punt. They went 3 and out, but then 2 plays later they get a pick six and, are up 7 and then give a field goal on that last drive. Even though the defense is looking pretty damn good right now for Pittsburgh. Like I said, it's TJ Watt's team. Along with Cam Hayward and Minka Fitzpatrick, those are your 3 pillars on the Steeler defense. I mean, I would have to say Najee Harris as well, even though he's, only in his second year at the running back position at Alabama. You got to be able to run the damn ball. And, with the Pittsburgh Steelers being who they are, he fits the mold, perfect. I think those are your stars. And then everybody else is hopefully making plays. Juju Smith-Schuster signed with the Chiefs, so Deontay Johnson's your number 1 receiver. There was, some rumors out there potentially that he might not play today, but he's healthy, he's active, he is playing. Mims is the only receiver not playing. Kendrick Green, a backup lineman, he's also inactive, as is Mason Rudolph, as mentioned, as your third string quarterback. But, when you have 3 quarterbacks, you're only going to dress 2 on game day, so he's, going to be carrying the clipboard around. And then when he does get in there, if all this year, he's probably not going to do much, because speaking of the Lions, they're up 7, and I believe they just forced a turnover on downs, if I'm not mistaken, against the Eagles. That Mason Rudolph in his, 5 starts, has 1 or 2 wins. When you tie the Lions, I think that says it all. No offense to Detroit, but I think that says it all. All right? So then they signed Trubisky. We're going to see him again here. Cincinnati on kickoff. Pickett's the backup. But it all starts up front, okay? Dan Moore Jr., Kevin Dotson, Mason Cole, the former Michigan Wolverines at center, James Daniel, a former teammate of Trubisky's in Chicago, at right guard, and then Chooks at right tackle. They made some late training camp preseason moves as well, but run the ball, check it down to your tight ends if you need to. You got Pat Freiermuth, for God's sakes. He's another one of those guys that can take the reins. He's actually going to be in motion near side. Out of the gun. Claypool motion, they'll give to him. And 2 yards for number 11. So, Jalen Warren's your backup running back. Undrafted rookie free agent out of Oklahoma State, who looked pretty damn good in the preseason, I thought. Benny Snell's still in the Berg as your third string tailback, but more so than not, a special teamer. Gunner in the ball game at slot. He's in motion now towards the top of the line of scrimmage. Pittsburgh going left to right across your television screen. Hand off Najee Harris. First run for the Steelers here this afternoon. He gets 3 yards to the 30-yard line, so 3rd and 5. So, I mean, they're chipping away at it. Balance and consistency. Run to pass, pass to run. Keep it simple. Don't overdo it here early or at all, honestly. Take what the defense gives you. And with Trubisky and a rookie quarterback then in Pickett, quarterback's best friend is a running game. Trubisky looking throw, going to go deep down the far sideline. And incomplete. Intended for number 13, the former Raven, and Miles Boykin. So they got two former Notre Dame receivers in Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin on this Steeler offense. Maybe a little bit of a defensive hold, but he was still right there as he reached out for it, but just a little too much on it, and it falls incomplete. So Pittsburgh's going to punt again on offense, so we'll see if the defense can get them out of the jam. And punt going to be filled at the 29-yard line and then brought down to 35. So 1st and 10 Bengals from there. 7-3 Pittsburgh with 5:47 to play in this opening quarter. And, I mean, honestly, for Cincinnati, as long as, you know, they can protect Burrow, who's been sacked a few times now, along with not turning the ball over, they've looked pretty good on offense, no doubt about it. You know, they went to the Super Bowl for a reason last year. Even though I do think that if Buffalo would have beat Kansas City, however they didn't, the Bills would have beat the Bengals the following week. Whereas the Bengals beat the Chiefs and then lost to the Rams. And that's another reason why I think Buffalo's going to the Super Bowl this year to take on Green Bay. Because, that's what I said, flip a coin for those two teams, because you can't, you know, pick against Tom Brady. You know, he's been there how many times? And the Packers have, you know, been right there, just as Buffalo has. I think both teams will get over the hump and get there, and then may the best team win, honestly. So, a lot of football to be played. Of course, it's just week one. Season ain't going to be won or lost here today by any means. Even though, especially with this game today for Pittsburgh and Cincinnati being a divisional game, and that division, in my opinion, wide open. You know, Cleveland, if Watson was playing, I think they'd have the edge a little bit. But at the same time, maybe not, because it's his first year until they work all the kinks out. You know, you just don't know. You know, Cincinnati's the, you know, defending champion of the AFC North and the whole entire AFC for that matter. And then, you know, Baltimore's Baltimore with a running game, but Lamar Jackson really hasn't been Lamar Jackson since he won MVP. In my opinion, a little overrated. And I don't think he's going to be there now next year because he's decided to not extend himself for the time being. They couldn't work out a contract. So he's going to be on the team this year. They could franchise tag him the next 2 years unless they deal him to somebody. But the AFC North with Cincinnati as your champ from last year, defending champ, they're looking all right, but we'll see what the Steeler defense is made of again, see if the defense can get them out of the hole that they're not necessarily in, but the touchdowns from the defense. Offense has 2 drives and 2 punts now, okay? So, false start, 5 yards, they'll replay down, 1st and 15, back at the 30. But, yeah, so we'll see how this goes, but I'd hope expectations are high for, you know, everybody, and then, like, oh shit, we still suck, like one of those teams. Or, like, there's potential, you know, which there is for Pittsburgh. Regardless, once again, who's playing the quarterback position. You know, because Trubisky won some games in Chicago. He's 29 and 21 as a starter. Didn't play last year hardly at all in Buffalo. With the Bills backing up Josh Allen. But, you know, he's reliable. You know, he gives them the best chance to win over a rookie in Kenny Pickett, even though he's an NFL, you know, ready quarterback. And that's what I said. If something happens to Trubisky, but he gets hurt or starts to suck, they pull him and put in Pickett. Like, it'll be all right until potentially it won't be, because then something happens with that. Knock on wood, hopefully not. And then, of course, he got Mason Rudolph behind him, which, well, good luck there. But, yeah. We'll see how the rest of the way goes here today. How they end up playing on offense. Because, I mean, it seems like they just got to settle down and settle in. And until they do, this defense picked off again. Flag on the play, it's intercepted. And Cam Sutton on the return. That's going to be a touchdown. Yes, touchdown. Actually, they're going to say pass interference on Pittsburgh, so it's coming back. Interception. But then there's a penalty. So they're going to look at that. Yeah, that's probably a good call. That's how he picked it off. All right. Yeah, that's a good call. I'll live with that. Pass interference on the defense on Cam Sutton, who intercepted it. And since he's going to keep it, they'll get an automatic first down. So, oh well, it is what it is. Play on. I mean, I thought Cincinnati was holding a little bit on that deep ball to Boykin on the Steelers' last drive before they had to punt again. And they didn't call that. So, I mean, at least hopefully these Zebras will eventually call it down the middle today. But right now it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. But first and 10 from the 43. Burrow. And he gets hit, and guess what? It's still picked off anyway on the very next play. Cam Hayward with the interception. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And they get to him again, hit him, interception, fumble. It's a turnover, and it's a Pittsburgh Steeler first down. Going to be an interception. Yep. Hit by Highsmith. Highsmith's playing damn good here, really. Hayward already has a sack. He gets the interception just as Minka did. Turn it for 6. Pittsburgh still leads 7-3 here. Yeah, talk about this defense. So I said, if they can run the football and play good defense, they'll be perfectly fine, regardless of who's playing fucking quarterback for them. Okay, they're going to be in the thick of it come the end of the year, knocking on the door to make the playoffs once again. And hell, who knows come then, because the whole new season come playoff football, maybe they make a run. From the 34, first and 10 out of the pistol. They'll run a handoff, reverse, flea flicker, Trubisky pass complete to Freiermuth down inside the 5 of the 3, first and goal. Let's punch it in now. Boos from the Bengals, but those are also not Heath chants, but Muth chants for Pat Freiermuth, the second-year tight end once again out of Penn State. Nittany Lions with a win over the Ohio Bobcats yesterday, 46-10. The Steelers looking to pick up a win against one of the 2 NFL teams instead of Ohio and Cincinnati Bengals, already up 7-3, and looking to punch it in here after another Joe Burrow interception. 2 sacks, 2 interceptions. Hell, that's 4 total negative plays for them. They have more negative plays than they have fucking points at 3, and Pittsburgh has 4 more points at 7-3, second goal from the 2, looking to extend their lead. Out of the eye, Freiermuth in motion. TJ Watt, his younger brother, and Derek is in fact in at fullback. They hand off to Najee and nowhere for him to go, so third and goal from the 2. You got to punch this in. Come on, let's go. You can't settle for 3. You got to punch this in for 6. After a big play like that, they hand it off, and then Gunner came over, reversed it to him. Trubisky stepped back. They flea flickered it, and then he threw it to Freiermuth and then got down inside the 5. Now you got a third and goal, officially from the 2.5, 3-yard line. So out of the gun, 4 wide. Najee to his right. Trubisky near side, incomplete, no penalty. 10 for Freiermuth, and 4th and goal. and they got a decision to make on whether they want to go for it or kick it. I'd kick it now at this point. Take the points. Can't fucking punch it in. Good God. Come on. But Boswell's reliable, so take the field goal, capitalize off another turnover, and all 10 of your points would, of course, then be off of 2 Bengal interceptions here early. So this will be a chip shot from 20 yards on 4th and goal. Chris Boswell's kick up and good. Pittsburgh leads it now 10-3 with 2:25 to play in the opening quarter over the defending AFC champions, the Cincinnati Bengals, as we begin the 2022 season. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhead Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down and check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well, so you can stay up to date live right here on YouTube. Smash that thumbs up button if you want the Pittsburgh Steelers to win today, start out 1-0 2022. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Bengals, hashtag PIT for Pittsburgh versus CIN for Cincinnati, hashtag PIT versus CIN. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks, always greatly appreciated. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. So 10-3 Pittsburgh on top of Cincinnati, 7-0 Detroit on top of Philadelphia. So both Pennsylvania teams starting on the road in the Midwest, in Cincinnati and Motown. But the black and gold have a lead, unlike the team from the city of brotherly love, down 7, but they are driving. But still early, still a lot of football. Once again, left to be played. Trubisky now 4-6, 40 yards. No running game, unfortunately. Najee has 3 carries for 4 yards. And then Pat Fryermuth leads the team in receiving, 2 catches, 34 yards. Claypool and Johnson have a total 2 catches, 6 yards. That's how Trubisky's 4-6 for 40. Of course, Burrow has 2 interceptions. One was returned for a touchdown by Minkah Fitzpatrick. The other, just a minute ago, Cameron Hayward, after pressure up front from himself. T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith playing extremely well. He's stepping up at linebacker, coming off the edge, it seems like, which is a good thing. So Devin Bush can, sort of take a back seat and not have to, get his ass chewed out for not making plays. But he still needs to make plays at the end of the day. Miles Jack also at linebacker, like I've said. But, Pittsburgh's capitalized off of 2 Bengal turnovers for their 10 points, unless they'd be down 3-0 because the offense has nothing to show for it. So that's why I said as long as they can run the football, which, okay, that's not there yet, but it'll get there, believe me. Just as long as they can block and run the football, continue to play defense like the way they are right now, they'll be perfectly fine this year in 2022. Some people are saying they're done for without Big Ben, but no. The Steelers are always going to be in it as long as they have a running game and are playing Steeler defense. Plain and simple, end of story. There's nothing else to be said. And you can agree with that all you want or disagree with it all you want. I really don't give a shit. So, touchback on the kick. Bengals 1st and 10 from the 25. Burrow also 4-6, 30 yards passing, been sacked 3 times, not 2. So make it 5 negative plays rather than the 4 I thought. So they still have more negative plays than they have points, 5-3. And Pittsburgh leads by 7 because they capitalized off 2 interceptions. Yeah, it was about a 30-yard interception return for a touchdown, unlike the 40 I thought it was that I said a minute ago. But yeah, Burrow's 4-6, 30 yards. They're actually going to count that as a fumble, I guess, rather than an interception. Okay, so he has only 1 interception, not 2, but still turnover, and Pittsburgh, capitalized off and driven, kicked the field goal. So, yeah. 1st and 10 out to the 37, but turnover, regardless of fumble, interception, turnover on downs, muff punt, handoff, nowhere to go for Mixon. So, yeah. Pittsburgh on defense looking good here early. Long story short. That's what I said, though, too. As long as Cincinnati, doesn't turn the ball over or Burrow doesn't go down on sacks, offensively they were able to drive and kick a field goal. So they're going to try to tie this game up, if not cut the lead. as we near the end of the first quarter with a minute and a half to play and counting. 2nd and 9 from the 38. Burrow. Dump it off, complete to Mixon as he mixes his way to the 45, and they'll have a 3rd and 2. Yeah, Malik Reed's another guy they brought in just recently. Like I said, they made some moves late in the preseason with cuts. If they traded a draft pick to Denver for Malik Reed, he's out there. Number 50 at linebacker, pressure off the edge. Pass going to be caught, though, by Jamar Chase with Witherspoon on the coverage. He pushes him out of bounds. And it'll be 1st and 10, Cincinnati. They also traded for an offensive lineman, a former Dolphin, but signed with the Vikings this past offseason. But technically for 2022, he's going to be considered a Steeler because he never played in a regular season game for the Skull Vikings, but not a starter for the time being. Hell, I don't even think he's active. He might be. But 1st and 10, Chase in motion again. They'll snap it as the quarter expires. Mixon going to lower his shoulder and get about 5, maybe 6 yards. So Cincinnati going to have a 2nd and medium when we return to begin the second quarter of play as we hit the end of one, with the Pittsburgh Steelers capitalizing off of 2 Cincinnati Bengal turnovers, 10-3. They returned a pick 6 for a touchdown, extra point up and good, and then they kicked a field goal after the second turnover, which they're going to technically count as a fumble, not an interception by Joe Burrow. But he's been sacked 3 times. It brought a lot of pressure towards him in his first 15 minutes of play, so keep that up. They'll be all right as long as they continue to play this on defense, which they will, because that's how the Steelers always play on defense. Just got to find some rhythm and momentum on offense. I get, okay, it might take a little while, maybe, a little while longer, than what we're used to seeing or would like to see. But yeah, as long as they can run the ball and continue to play good defense, they'll be perfectly fine. So I'll shut up about that. But yeah, I think we're going to have a good game on our hands. I think this still could come down to the wire. I mean, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, no doubt about it. But yeah, at the end of one, it's 10-3 Steelers on top of the Bengals. They capitalized off of 2 turnovers. Interception return for a touchdown from about 30 yards out, pick 6. Extra point up and good. And then Cincy actually cut the lead to 4 with a field goal of their own. And that kick actually was from 59 yards out too, by the way. So a ballsy move to kick it from that far. But McPherson had the distance to have kicked it from 65. So we'll see if that keeps up, or if, they are in that situation later on today or later on this year at all either, because Pittsburgh's going to play Cincinnati again on Sunday Night Football the Sunday before Thanksgiving. They played on the Sunday after Thanksgiving last year, but as they started in Cincinnati for the 2022 campaign today, yeah, Cincinnati will return the favor in the AFC North coming to Pittsburgh. And I believe it's November the 20th, the exact date. It's the Sunday before Thanksgiving. That'll be on Sunday Night Football. But then Pittsburgh, of course, got the other turnover, technically a fumble, they're saying, and then ended up getting a field goal out of it. Should have punched in for a touchdown. Really should be 14-3, but it's 10-3, so I'll take it because you take the points, you kick it, and Boswell's, one of the most reliable kickers out there. He might miss every once in a while, but kick was up and good. So 10-3. And on 2nd and 5, I don't know what the hell happened there, but in the meantime, Philadelphia scores. They're going to tie it up 7 apiece. 2nd and 5 begin the second quarter for Cincinnati. and Burrow got pressured off the edge, almost went down the sack, but then he sort of went up the line of scrimmage as the play was going on, my dad, and then sort of just took a knee before wanting to get a big hit for a late hit penalty, but no flag thrown, and now 3rd and 5, so no game on the play. And as he gets a snap, I'm going to step up, and he'll be brought down right there at the first down mark. They'll probably give him it. Yeah, it's a first down for Cincinnati, but yeah, they'll move the sticks. Spillane on the tackle, but first down Cincinnati in the meantime. They'll get back to the run game, but guess who's right there? Turned down for Watt, TJ, making a tackle for loss in the backfield. He broke the single-season sack record last year, even though they say he didn't. Yeah, boom, big hit. Night-night. I don't know how the hell Burrow did not see him coming to fake the give and then, roll out on a play action. But, of course, that was a run play, so the receivers, unless ball going to be intercepted again. TJ Watt, 3rd interception by Burrow in the first 17 minutes of this game. Wow. This Pittsburgh's back. Pittsburgh never fucking left, Iron Eagle. You can, count them out because Roethlisberger's not playing anymore, but Steeler defense is going to be playing Steeler defense, and that's a 3rd turnover in the first 17 minutes of the game here. They're already up 10-3, and they've already capitalized off the first 2. So who says they can't, do it again, 3rd time to charm? They'll get the ball back 1st and 10 when they come back. But yeah, this defense is playing extremely well. A little bit better than I thought they'd be playing, but no doubt about it, I'm taking it. This is how Steelers always play, 3 turnovers are 3 turnovers. And they've capitalized off of the first 2. And Terrell Austin, new DC, former Dolphin head coach, and Brian Flores is the assistant to the head coach and linebackers coach as well. So they have on the coaching staff some experience behind Mike Tomlin. But Tomlin ain't going anywhere. You can count him out and say he did this the wrong way or, that the wrong way, but the standard is the standard. Forced turnovers. They've capitalized on turnovers. Now, offensively, though, even though they've capitalized, the pick 6 and then a field goal, offensively doesn't have much that show for, though. They got to find a running game here with Najee Harris, especially with a lead. And then, say you tack on some more here because of the turnover again. On the road as well to begin the year. And then you're running the ball well. Get it in the second half. You continue to run the ball. Okay, yeah, eventually you're going to pass some too. Trubisky might not have to do a lot today. Just hopefully he doesn't do anything stupid by any means. You're going to work some clock. You're going to put pressure on the Bengals when you've already had a ton of pressure on them. Thus far to begin with. 3 turnovers in 17 minutes of football to begin the season and 10 points to show for, and you already have a 7-point lead. You're going to try to capitalize off it once again. Honestly, ball's in their court to figure out a way to get out of the hole they're in when you're, sitting all high and mighty. But at the same time, when you get up on that throne, honestly, you really don't want to be there this early. Slow and steady wins the race. You want to be right there in the middle of the pack. You don't want to be, one of those teams. Because remember, a couple years ago, they were, 11-0, 12-0. And guess where they went and lost right before Christmas? Yeah, Cincinnati, that's right. So, Jalen Warren in at tailback. See if they can find a running game with him. He's an undrafted rookie free agent out of Oklahoma State. And 3 yards or so for him. It'd be 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8. So yeah, Najee Harris and Jalen Warren, 22 and 30, as he takes over James Conner's number from a few years ago. Are your two running backs for the Steelers? Just got to be able to block, run the ball, open up the play action that Trubisky likes to run. Freiermuth's already leading the team in receiving today, but get the ball to Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool. We haven't seen or heard from George Pickens yet. Claypool, he gets a first down. They'll move the 6, 12, 18, and counting to play in this first half. So I'm sure there's some people surprised about what's going on right now. And rightfully so, because honestly, coming into this year at the same time, you still don't know how they, with it being the first game too, that's for any season, but how you're going to play. But with it being the Steelers, and once again, as long as they can run the ball, which they're going to try to here, but playing good defense, as they always have and always will, voila, here you are. Zach Gentry, the former Michigan quarterback, he gets a big gain down inside the 10 to the 8, and Pittsburgh's right there knocking on the door again. You got to punch it in. A couple big plays, get inside the 10. Last time, of course, trying to capitalize off another turnover, you had to settle for 3. This time, you got to punch it in, because he should have punched in last time. Should be 14-3, not 10-3. I'll take the 10-3 lead, but say it's 14-3, you score again here, 17, 21-3, rather than 10-3, 17-3, or 13-3 if it comes down to it. 1st and goal from the 9. Let's run the damn ball. Rock the Naj and give it to Najee. They do. He gets 2, maybe 3. 2nd and goal from about the 6.5. Come on. Let's go. It's hard to run the football regardless of who's in the game on defense. I don't care what level either. That's why if you have a running game, you control the game. Pittsburgh, 2nd goal officially from the 7. Trubisky out of the gun looking to throw. And it'll be caught by Claypool at the 3. They're letting him play. I don't mind that. I mean, the pass interference they called against Pittsburgh on the Cam Sutton interception, of course, that got overturned because of the PI. That was after the Boykin deep ball down the far side. Just as long as they call it down the middle, that's fine. I mean, of course, no doubt about it, that was pass interference. They're letting him play, though. Pittsburgh now has a 3rd and goal from the 2. Trubisky, of course, they threw a fucking fade. Now we get a penalty. Thank you, pass interference on the Bengals. So, speak of the devil, I swear to God, I'm bugged. 9:31 to play. And since the foul occurred in the end zone, ball going to be spotted at the 1, they'll have 1st and goal. So they'll get out of the jam, and if you can't punch this in from the 1-yard line on the next 4 plays, there's something seriously wrong. Run it. It's intended to George Pickens. Crowd not liking the call, but maybe here from the 1-2, you like your end arounds of Chase Claypool, or maybe even 89 Gunnar Olszewski. They'll run an end around and nowhere to go. Typical Steeler offense with a Matt Canada play call. Jesus Christ, from the 1. I called that too, and they were ready for it. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. 2nd goal, and I'm on live TV. I'm not, behind any and, seeing what's happening elsewhere. I have 2 games on. I've just been watching football for a long ass time, I guess, and know my shit, even though I don't want to give myself a pat on the back. Out of the eye, Freiermuth in motion, fake the give, and then a screen. Najee Harris caught, touchdown Pittsburgh. 16-3, extra point to come. Good play call. They fake the give, Derek Watt, fullback. he sold it good too, and then a screen near side, Najee Harris in the end zone. So they capitalize once again off of another turnover and now lead at 16-3. 2 touchdowns, should be 3 touchdowns, but 2 touchdowns and a field goal off of 3 Bengal turnovers. And we're not even midway through the second quarter either yet, I might add. So right there, about 8:46 to play in the first half. Trubisky now 7-9 for 77 yards and his first ever Pittsburgh Steelers passing touchdown. Najee Harris has still got to find a running game though with this lead, because with this lead, if you have a running game, like I said a little bit ago, you're going to be putting the pressure on Cincinnati when you already have the pressure on them. So ball's in their court to do something. 17-3 Pittsburgh. Pizza. Who would have thought Little Caesars would have out-pizzaed the Hut, become the NFL's pizza sponsor? Well, they did. Both pizzas are good. And honestly, pizza's pizza. But pizza for Little Caesars as well. Yeah. Commercial break. We'll get back to the action momentarily. In the meantime, yeah, Eagles, Lions. I believe they're still tied at 7, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As always, coming up at halftime, we're going to have first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of the NFL as well. When I last checked, a few games had just started. It was either 7-0, 3-0, or everything was tied at 0. So we'll check in to see what else is going on. Then coming up at halftime, as mentioned, and then tonight for Sunday Night Football. Live watch along reactions live on YouTube with myself here, your host Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96 for Buccaneers and Cowboys, a rematch of the kickoff game from a year ago. We're going, of course, to watch the game, call it as I see it, recap what's going on in the NFL today. We'll then preview next week at some point in time, either tonight or tomorrow, for Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. But I said yesterday, after college football, was we'd recap the first few weeks here of the college football season. Tonight, during Sunday Night Football, of course, talk NFL action that's happening with this being the first full weekend of the season. So just be sure to tune back in. We'll fill the holes, later on, but Cincinnati is going to have to honestly not turn the ball over now if they want to have a chance to win this game, because Pittsburgh's wrecking havoc, and 3 turnovers have led to 17 Steeler points. They don't turn the ball over, it's 3-0 right now, Cincinnati. Maybe Cincinnati has, a few more points. Maybe they're blowing them out like they did Pittsburgh last year, right after Thanksgiving. As the Steelers, that game where the team turned the ball over. Now today, the first meeting since, it's Cincinnati turned the football over. 1st and 10 from the 25. Joe Mixon on the give, 2 yards. Be 2nd down and 8. But yeah, on the Steeler defense, as we're about an hour or so in. You have Hayward in the middle. Adams lines up beside him. TJ Watt off the edge. Burrow going to roll out near side. It's going to be caught, 1st down at the 36. And Terrell Edmonds on the tackle. Higgins looking to be shaken up. And yeah, he's hurt. He'll have to come out. I think he just got his bell rung, to be honest with you. I don't know if he knows where the hell he's at. That's a hold right there. Thank you. Where the fuck's the penalty? And then Burrow almost danced his way to the ground. They wanted the penalty for that. They're not going to get it. I don't think that's a targeting. They're going to show another replay here. And, well, I mean, I can see a little helmet to helmet, but nothing major, nothing outrageous. That's the thing with the targeting. Like, you just got to call it as you see it. The stupid thing about it is they can review it nowadays. But just have some common sense. Call it down the middle. If it's a penalty, call it. If it's not, don't let him play. They're letting him play today. They are. But Higgins, I don't think he's going to be returning until at least the second half at this point. 2nd down and 7. Handoff. And about a 2-yard pickup for Joe Mixon before Adams brings him down. Crowd still booing a little bit. Since he's 0-6 when Burrow has 2 or more turnovers. And they already have 3. So, and Pittsburgh is up 14. So 17-3, 6:30 and counting the play in this first half. 3rd and 4 for Cincinnati. So that's a good stat for Pittsburgh. But 6-minute game. Game's not over until it's over. So maybe that's his lucky number 7 today. I don't know. 3rd and 4 from the 42. Burrow, he has all day to throw. And he finds a man open at the 43. Caught first down. It's Jamar Chase, his former teammate at LSU. And they'll move the sticks 1st and 10. Witherspoon on the coverage. And then Minka, as Pittsburgh is in a zone coverage. Fitzpatrick makes a hit. 1st and 10 though, Cincinnati. From the 43. Burrow down the middle, and it's going to be picked off again at the 15. Cam Sutton. Got another penalty on the play though. Remember, Cam Sutton's last interception, there was a pass interference on the play. Got a flag on this Cam Sutton interception as well. What do we got? Burrow with a 3rd interception to go along with his fumble. Pittsburgh's capitalized off all 3 turnovers already. And this is going to be against Cincinnati. Pittsburgh going to have a 1st and 10. The 4th turnover in this first half. First 20 minutes of the game. 1 every 5 minutes, basically, for the Cincinnati offense today. So let's keep it up. Good job. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the Steelers. Half the distance after the play. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. So the interception is going to count, but the penalty after the play, Pittsburgh keeps it half the distance. So they'll have it, what, the fucking 7.5, 8-yard line? Because he picked it off at the 15. That's where the penalty occurred as well. Minka hitting Tyler Boyd. The Clareton product played at Pitt. Yeah, so 1st and 10 Pittsburgh inside the 10 when we return. Yeah, so the interception will stand. Penalty after the play, half the distance, of course, rather than 15 yards. And we'll see what the offense can do. But the big focal point to this game right now is just like the Rams on Thursday night, before they tied it at 10 at halftime and then got shut out in the second half and lost by 21 against the Bills. What the fuck's wrong with the Bengal offense today? That's what everybody's going to be talking about. Joe Burrow with Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 turnovers. We had thought the second turnover was also an interception. Or was it the third? Doesn't really matter. Turnover once again. 4 turnovers by Joe Burrow. We had thought the second or third one was also an interception, but they counted as a fumble. But now he's had since then total 3 interceptions and a fumble. The interception to start the game on the second play for the Bengal offense was returned for a touchdown by Minka Fitzpatrick. The fumble should have been a touchdown. Pittsburgh got a field goal out of it. The last interception, they drove and scored a touchdown. Mitch Trubisky found Najee Harris on a screen near side for about a 2-yard touchdown catch. And then now this fourth turnover, the third interception by Burrow. So we had Minka, Cam Hayward, trying to think who had the last one, and now Cameron Sutton, because Sutton had another one, but remember there was a penalty. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments below. Don't want to not give credit to, of course, who intercepted that. The last time, not this just a second ago, interception. But 4 turnovers is 4 turnovers regardless. And this Steeler defense came to play today. And they're putting the Bengals in their place. Don't jinx them. They haven't made any mistakes yet. Yeah, Burrow's been sacked a few times too. That pass near side incomplete, intended for Jalen Warren. Oh, it's TJ Watt. That's right, TJ Watt. Yeah, Minka, Hayward, Watt, and Sutton, who have all returned to Steeler defense this year as well. So that camaraderie, you know, they're playing good football, plain and simple. Just until this offense clicks, watch out. Second and 10 after the incompletion. Handoff again. Jalen Warren. 2 yards for him to the 10. And a third down and 8 from there. 5-10 and counting to play in this first half. It looks like Pittsburgh, with the 17 points they have, is the most by any team playing in a 1 o'clock game right now. From other scores I've seen come across the bottom as we near halftime. Third and 8. Yeah, pathetic. No running game. But they do have 17 points off turnovers. Trubisky steps up and runs. And guess what? Pittsburgh's going to have to do on offense again here. Another quick 3 and out off the punt. God damn it. All right, so 3 of the 4 turnovers they've been able to capitalize on. Off the punt. We'll see what the defense can do again. Maybe they get the ball back before halftime, since he's going to get it back with 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. But from the 29 and about a 5-yard return. So first and 10, Cincinnati. 4:01, 3 timeouts, down 14, and the 2-minute warning to come. They'll also get the ball to begin the second half, too. So, you know, Cincinnati could drive and score here. And then also do the same begin in the third quarter, and we're tied up 17. It's a whole new ball. Comes down to it, force field goals, just as you did, you know, on their, what was that, second drive, because they've turned the ball over every other drive, it seems like, which is accurate because they have. So, yeah, 17-3 is your score. Quick split-screen commercial. But, yep. 2014 was last time they started at home against the Browns. That was when AB kicked the fucking punter in the face on the return. They've been on the road to start the year every year since. Yep. And Tomlin, I believe, is 9-5-1, if I'm not mistaken, in Week 1 games. And that tie would have been against Cleveland in 2018. But they're coming off a Week 1 win last year at Buffalo, at Cincinnati today, and they're up 17-3. They give a big play, though, to Jamar Chase over the middle. Missed tackle before Minka brings them down. So from the 44, Burrow will audible. Chase in motion. They'll toss far side to Mixon. Yeah, so that motion by Chase, unless they're going to run an end round with them, they're going to toss it to the other side on a misdirection, basically. So, of course, you want to keep your balance and make sure he's not going to go where you think he's going, but then when you know he's going to be cutting back and going to the other side, have the play go that way, but then you also don't want to have him fake the toss and then play action, and then since Chase was already in motion or somebody else gets open on a play action pass, and then you're beat deep and you're screwed, and then you give up a big pass or a touchdown. 4 yards up the middle. Joe Mixon's been the only back for the Bengals today. Pittsburgh, of course, it's been Najee and Jalen Warren, but even with the two of them, neither of them run the ball. But this Steeler defense is the reason why the Steelers have a 17-3 lead right now. Offense did score 1 touchdown. Defense has a pick 6. Offense also got a field goal off of one of the turnovers. But 4 turnovers, they capitalized on 3 of them. Meantime, we hit the 2-minute mark. Pittsburgh up 17-3 at Cincinnati as we kick off 2022. The AP poll in college football has been released. Since this is breaking news, I will read it now. And then, like I said, later on tonight, Sunday Night Football, of course, we're going to watch the game, but then also recap college football and the NFL from early this 2022 season. Georgia is your new number 1 team in the AP Top 25 poll after Alabama yesterday went to Texas and won, but only won by 20-19 on the game-winning field goal with about 10 seconds to go. Alabama's 2, Ohio State 3, Michigan's 4, Clemson 5, Oklahoma, USC, Oklahoma State, Kentucky, and Arkansas round out your top 10. Michigan State, BYU, and Miami are 11, 12, and 13. Utah's at 14. Tennessee was at Pitt yesterday and won in overtime. They're 15th. NC State 16, Tennessee 15. NC State 16, Baylor 17. Florida at 18, Wake Forest 19. And then from 20 to 25, we have Ole Miss, Texas. Penn State is ranked at 22. They play at Auburn on Saturday. Pitt is 23. And then A&M's 24 after a loss against App State, and Oregon rounds it out at 25. So that's your new AP Top 25 poll. So I figured I'd read that off. But no, this Steeler defense, like I said, it's TJ Watt's team with Cameron Hayward and Mink Fitzpatrick, and then Najee and Pat Freiermuth are right behind teams like, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, your 2 quarterbacks, Chris Boswell, your kicker, Rusty Hardman, your punter. But defensively, with a good 3-4 deep receiver with Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, George Pickens. They're playing Boykin and Olszewski today. Mims is inactive, so he would be that 6th guy. You know, of course, your practice squad members, as everybody has too. Well, voila, there you go. But the Suns come out here with 2 minutes to play. 3rd and 6. Pass caught. Pittsburgh timeout. Are you going to let them kick it from the 35? At least you can force a field goal. And, I mean, McPherson already kicked it from 59. So that was from the 41-yard line. This will be a little closer at the 35. But in the meantime, the offense is staying out on the field, going to go for it on 4th and 1. Do not jump offside. Whatever the hell you do not jump off sides and give them automatic first down. They snap it. Handoff, mixing up the middle, and he's off to the races inside the 20, 15, 10, 5, and out of bounds. Jesus Christ. 1st and goal, and now they have some momentum going into halftime. They'll also get the ball to begin the 3rd quarter. Like I said, they could tie this game up easily at 17, and we got a whole new ball game middle of the 3rd quarter. Good block. Yeah. And the difference in this game, even with Pittsburgh being able to capitalize off turnovers here early, I'm going to say this now because it might come down to it. If Cincinnati gets back into this game, the difference, if they end up winning, is going to be them having a running game compared to Pittsburgh not being able to have a running game. Plain and simple, because Trubisky really hasn't shown, he can do much. Okay, he has a passing touchdown. He's, 7 of 9 for 77 yards. Keeping it simple, yeah, but and a couple big passes, a couple tight ends, but Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens, nowhere to be found. I don't mind checking it down to your receiver, but your tight end, excuse me. But you got to go to your receivers every once in a while. But at the same time, since he's, playing some good D, so you got to give credit to them. But you got to find a damn running game. That's why I said this difference today might be one in the running game. But then bend but don't break defense. Pittsburgh's defense might get them out of the jam once again, as they always do, it seems like. 2nd and goal, got a motion up front. They'll say false start, 5 yards. So it'll be 2nd and goal, Cincy from the 8. They still got 3 timeouts in 25 seconds. So it doesn't seem like they're in any hurry to, move the ball here. But I mean, if they don't punch it in, there's something seriously wrong with that, too. Yeah, Hockey Lee's crew. 10-second runoff unless they don't call timeout. They do call timeout, so they'll still have 2 timeouts with 25 seconds left. 27 seconds, they'll add 2 seconds. They're known to throw a lot of penalties, long story short. And they have, but they've been letting them play today, it feels like. If it's a given, if it's a penalty, call it. If not, once again, don't let them play. But, let's see what we got here. See if they can make a stop, see what this defense is made of. Because this is the first time since he's been in the red zone today. Because they kicked the field goal for 59. And all the other drives, they turned it over. That pass incomplete, intended for the former Pirate prospect and Hayden Hurst, turned NFL tight end, former Raven, Falcon, now Bengal. Good coverage by Terrell Edmonds. And incomplete, 3rd and goal. It was 7-7 with Philly and Detroit, but Eagles have now since scored 14 unanswered. Actually, 20 unanswered because they were down 7. But since the 7-7 tie, they've scored 2 more times, now lead at 21-7. Burrow, 3rd goal from the 8. Far side, caught, touchdown, Cincinnati. Was he in? No, incomplete. He might have had 1 foot in, but I don't think he had 2. And this is the NFL, not college football or any league lower. You got to have 2 feet in bounds for a catch. See a replay here. It'll be 4th and goal after the incompletion. It was caught. 1 And then out of bounds. That's incomplete. That's a good call. Well, he might have drugged the, what was that, his left foot. But that also was his plant foot. And then he ended up dropping it when he sort of went out of bounds anyway, I guess. So, yeah, still incomplete. They might look at this since we're under 2 minutes. Cincinnati, in the meantime, takes a timeout. They'll have 1 remaining. Pittsburgh with 2, but in the meantime, they're going to kick it. Yeah, they're going to take a timeout to give them a chance to look at it, but it's incomplete. We'll see what Pittsburgh can do. One ball back, timeout, one probably just take it in at halftime. For a decent drive when they get the ball back, because the Bengals get the ball to begin the third quarter, it's going to be a little while because halftime is going to be 10-15 minutes. 18 seconds ain't a drive unless they score. Kicks up and good from 26 yards out. 17-6 now, Pittsburgh. 14 seconds. So, yeah, Steelers are going to get it back with about 10 seconds. 2 timeouts, probably just take a knee, going into halftime. But then, since he just took up almost 4 minutes there after a Steeler punt because they couldn't capitalize off of that last turnover, even though they capitalized on 3 of the 4. Take it for what it's worth. They're up 17-6. They have a lead on the road to begin the year. So, slow and steady still wins the race. They got to find a running game in the second half if they want to win and win more games than they did this year. Especially when you have Najee Harris and restructured offensive line that you believe in, and this defense playing as good as they are, you'll be all right. Just got to find a damn running game. Because Mitch, honestly, like I said, he hasn't done much, but honestly, he hasn't needed to do much. Okay, which that's a good thing. Just don't turn it over. Don't do anything stupid. There's Tomlin and Mitch talking it over. And Tomlin shaking his head no, like we're not doing anything, just take a knee. We're going into halftime with an 11-point lead at 17-6. Unless we get a return here, then that's a different story with 2 timeouts. But it'll probably be a touchback. And it is going to be a touchback. So 14 seconds, first and 10 to the 25. They got 2 timeouts. I mean, 14 seconds is longer than you think it honestly is with 2 timeouts. But at the same time here, you just don't want to turn it over. Because right before halftime last year when they played at Cincinnati after Thanksgiving, Big Ben threw a pick 6. They ended up getting blown out. But, yeah, they're just going to take a knee here, head into halftime with 11-point, 17-6 lead. Bengals to receive the second half kick, as mentioned. So, another field goal, touchdown on their opening drive. Pittsburgh's still going to be in the lead once they get the ball back, middle of the third quarter. But it still could be a whole new ball game, as momentum sort of has shifted a little bit, not much, but I still think this game is going to come down to the wire. They normally do, unless one of the teams is getting blown out, because bitter enemies, bitter rivals, like I said at the start, this is personal with these two teams. Smash mouth football. And we've seen some big hits, but they're letting them play. So the difference is the turnovers. If Cincinnati does not turn the ball over one time, they're leading at least 6-0 as they are. Okay? If not more, because if they don't turn the ball over on those drives to turn the ball over on, maybe they score some points. Who knows? Okay? Pittsburgh scored 17 points off 4 turnovers, 3 of the 4 times. Should be 3 touchdowns, but it was 2 touchdowns and a field goal from 20 yards out from Chris Boswell. So, they're looking pretty damn good. Cincinnati honestly just has to clean up their mistakes, because if they can do that, they're going to get themselves back in this game, because they have 2 drives that have resulted in field goals. 1 from 59 out, 1 from 26 to close the half, basically. So they got in the red zone for the first time instead of punched in. Pittsburgh, same position, just got it punched in when they had to settle for a 20-yard field goal. 2 touchdowns. One was a pick six to begin the game on the 5th play of the game overall. Second play, or 6th play of the game overall after a Steeler punt. 2nd play of the game for the Bengal offense. And so, yeah, 7-0, 7-3, 10-3, and then 17-3, 17-6 will make it at halftime. With your first half stats here, Mitch Trubisky 7-10 for 77 yards passing and a touchdown. They've done a good job up front, I've thought, being able to block for him, but they still can't run the damn fucking football. I don't know why. Because when your second wide receiver is your team's leading rusher, let alone your starting quarterback as your team's leading rusher, you got a major issue. Chase Claypool leads the Steelers in rushing at halftime with 3 carries for 17 yards. So that shows you what they're doing on offense with the play calling. They got to be able to run the damn ball. I mean, I've liked 2 of the big plays that Trubisky hit Freiermuth and Zach Gentry on. The one was a handoff reverse flea flicker for a big game, but that was also the field goal drive that they couldn't fucking punch it in. Trubisky has a touchdown, passing touchdown, to Najee. So Najee's found the end zone, but it's been the receiving game, not on the ground. They got to be able to run the football because he only has 4 carries. What a shame, 30 minutes in. Jalen Warren, 2 carries, 5 yards. And Trubisky also has 2 carries, 3 yards. Freiermuth still leads the Steelers in receiving. He has 2 catches, 34 yards. Zach Gentry, 1 catch, 32 yards. So they're going to the tight ends. Once again, I don't care who's playing quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. As long as you can run the football, which they can't, hopefully they will be able to, play good defense, they'll be all right. But a quarterback's best friend is being able to run the football and check it down to your tight ends. And Pat Freiermuth has 34 yards receiving, and Zach Gentry has 32 yards receiving, and they lead the team in receiving at halftime. Because behind them, Chase Claypool catches for 9 yards. Deontay Johnson has a catch for a yard. What the hell? And that was on the first drive before the challenge. And then they punted. 2 plays later, the pick six. They're up 7-0, 7-3, 10-3, 17-3, 17-6 at halftime. Najee Harris has a catch for a yard and a touchdown. Bengals, on the other hand, Burrow has 4 turnovers, 3 interceptions, 1 fumble, has been sacked 4 times. So they have 8 negative plays compared to the 6 ones they have. As he's 11 of 17, 109 yards passing. At least Cincinnati has a running game, and like I said, that could potentially be the difference, when it comes down to it, if they can get back in this game. Cincy having a running game, whereas Pittsburgh doesn't. Pittsburgh has a lead. They should have a running game at this point. Or at least, hopefully, maybe they will come 3rd, 4th quarter, because Joe Mixon has 15 carries for 67 yards rushing. Higgins, 2 catches, 27 yards, got dinged up there with about 7 minutes to go in the half. Hasn't returned yet. We'll see if he does or not. And then Hurst has a catch for 9 yards. Thomas has a catch for 5 yards. And Boyd has a catch for 3 yards. But Jamar Chase leads the Steelers, or the Bengals, against the Steelers in receiving with 4 catches for 58 yards. Now, in the meantime, we'll take a look around the NFL. However, as Cincinnati leads in first downs, they're 4 of 7 on 3rd down as well, whereas Pittsburgh's 0 for 4. Have more total yards. The turnovers are the difference. 5 total penalties, but yeah, the turnovers are the difference. And since he does have about 10 more minutes time of possession, so that might be crucial too when it comes down to it. They're going to show off some highlights here. We got the Dolphins up on New England 17-0. So Tua time in Miami. They're shutting out Belichick and the Pats 17-0. 17-6 Steelers on top of the Bengals. We got, 21-14 now. Philly leading Detroit as the Lions just scored. Ravens and Jets on 9-11. (10-3) Ravens. We're at home with Baker Mayfield against his former homeowner in the Cleveland Browns, coming up 14-7 on the Panthers. And the Saints and the Falcons in the NFC South. We have some divisional games here week 1, but it seems like for the most part everything's a crossover of some sorts. 16-7, Atlanta. Colts, Texans, and Houston's up 10-3 at the half. Indy hasn't won in week 1 in a long ass time. Washington up 14-3 on Jacksonville as Carson Wentz and Doug Peterson reunite. And then Philly 21-14 at Detroit. Just going off of scores here from the highlights, we'll look into some scores here in a minute though. Yeah, 7-0 in a monsoon. 49ers and Bears. Deebo Samuel's back. So those are those updates. As mentioned once again, after seeing those highlights, scores here for these 1 o'clock kicks, whether they be at halftime, close to it, or early third quarter now. We got the Falcons on top of the Saints, 16-7. 49ers on top of the Bears, 7-0. Of course, here with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati at 17-6. Also, Philadelphia leading Detroit 21-14. Miami, honestly, probably the biggest surprise today, even though Tua has never lost to the Patriots. I figured New England would have something to show for, but nothing. They're getting shut out at the half, 17-0. As are the Bears, but the Bears are the Bears, and they are who we thought they were. But Ravens 10-3 over the Jets. The Commies, the Washington Redskins. Football team, Commanders, whatever the hell you want to fucking call them. 14-3 over the Jags. Browns, Panthers, 14-7 Cleveland, and then 10-3 Texans on top of the Colts. Those are all the games on right now at 1 o'clock. Still to come, though, today. Coming up at 4 o'clock, followed by Sunday night and Monday Night Football. We'll have the Giants and Titans, the Packers, Vikings, the Cardinals, the Raiders and Chargers. And then Sunday night and Monday Night Football are the Buccaneers and Cowboys, along with the Seahawks and Broncos, respectively. And this all, of course, follows what happened on Thursday night with the Bills defeating the Rams 31-10 in the NFL opener from SoCal. So, yeah, Sunday Night Football, I'll have live watch along reactions over on YouTube of Buccaneers Cowboys, so be sure to tune in then, along with tomorrow night Monday Night Football, Broncos Seahawks from the Pacific Northwest. Talk about rain in Chicago. There's probably going to be rain in Seattle tomorrow night, as it always does. But, I mean, it's week 1. Yeah, 16-7 Atlanta. All right. 7-0 San Francisco over Chicago. All right. I mean, probably because of the rain is why it's so damn low scoring. But at the same time, Trey Lance is their starting quarterback now. Justin Fields in Chicago. They did bring back Jimmy Garoppolo, though, as an insurance policy, as his backup. So, all right. I'm not surprised with Pittsburgh, the way they're playing on defense. And Mitch, offensively at quarterback, 7-10, 77 yards in the passing touchdown. They have no running game, but, he really hasn't done a hell of a lot, even though he, really hasn't had to. Still would like to see more from him, but they need to find a running game in the second half if they want to, end up winning this game, because I feel like Cincinnati could be, starting to come back now. So we'll see what gives. As always, I'm sure something will, but they got to find a running game, be able to stop Joe Mixon, stop the run. They've already forced 4 turnovers, for God's sake, so and they've capitalized on 3 of those 4 for 17 points, and they're up 17-6 at the half. So that's that. Like I said, the Eagles and Lions are just about to hit halftime, 21-14. Everything else is either at halftime or Patriots, Dolphins, and Colts, Texans now just starting the third quarter of play. So it seems like those two games will get over first, followed by everything else, and then we'll get into the 4 o'clock games. But then, yeah, Miami's up 17-0 on New England. Baltimore 10-3 over the Jets. Washington 14-3 over the Jaguars. And no, the Washington Redskins football team Commanders aren't located in the state of Washington, like the fucked up graphic on the mug that they're selling at the stadium today. They're in the DMV. Washington, Virginia, and Maryland. Okay? They're known as the Washington Commanders now, but they still play in Landover, Maryland at FedEx Field. They might be building a new stadium a little south of there in the near future, but Carson Wentz taking on his former coach and Doug Peterson, who's now in Jacksonville. No more Urban Myers. Trevor Lawrence, basically a rookie again this year. But the Skins are up 14-3, 17-7 now Browns over the Panthers, and 10-3 Texans over the Colts, along with, like I said, all the games still to come here today and tomorrow before Week 2 begins on Thursday Night Football from Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, with the Chiefs hosting the LA Chargers. And I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube of that as well. Next weekend, we'll follow Penn State Auburn on Saturday in college football. The Steelers will host the Patriots at 1 o'clock. So the way they're playing right now, that might be a good thing for Pittsburgh as well. With how the defense is playing at the home opener next week too. From Heinz Field, not Acrisure Stadium or however the hell you pronounce it. And then next Monday, there's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Rather than in Week 1, they have it next week, Week 2. And then a few days after that, Pittsburgh plays in Cleveland on a Thursday night against the Brownies. So, with that being said, looks like we're about to wrap up halftime and start this second half with the Steelers and Bengals here this afternoon, with Pittsburgh Steelers leading the Bengals 17-6. However, Cincinnati's going to get the ball to begin this third quarter as they kicked off to begin the game. Burrow with 4 turnovers. Once again, Pittsburgh capitalized on 3 of those 4 turnovers, 17 points, and lead 17-6. So, show on the road here and see what gives. Hopefully, Pittsburgh can find a running game and end up winning. Start off 1-0 like they did last year. Touchback on the kick, and here we go. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Just once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL, Steelers, Bengals live watch-along reactions. Live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Bengals. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. 1st and 10 Bengals from the 25. 17-6 Steelers as we begin the third quarter. We're going to hand off Joe Mixon, and he'll get to the 29, maybe 30-yard line. Second down and medium. Second and 5 officially. They'll hand it off again. Nowhere for Mixon to go as Jack Highsmith and was that DeMarvin Leal or Adams? Who the hell made that stop with Jack and Highsmith? Was it Hayward? It actually might have been the former Brown, Larry, and Bangle, I might add. Edmonds on the hit. 4th down, Bengals. Cincy going to punt to begin the game. Yeah, Larry Ogunjobi, I think, was on that tackle with Jack and Highsmith to play ago. Doesn't matter because, well, here we go. 4th and 2. Edmonds makes a stop on Burrow, and Cincy going to have to punt. Punt up and away, almost blocked. And fair caught at the 10-yard line. Pittsburgh 1st and 10 when we come back. 12:57 to go in the 3rd. Eagles Lions at halftime, so they'll show us some halftime highlights as well. But depending on what happens here, I can already hear people overreacting or whatnot about just everything going on this weekend in the NFL. Season's not won or lost in week 1. It's won or lost in November and December for sure. Because when you lose, you say little, but when you win, you say less. Okay? Pittsburgh's in a good spot, but they just gotta, find a damn running game. Because if they can, they'll be perfectly fine. Because if not, it's going to be down to the wire, and we're going to be having heart attacks every damn game again, because the defense ain't going to be playing like this every week. They're going to get 4 turnovers a game for the whole season. By God, no way. I would love that. Any defensive coordinator and players on that defense would love that. Because then it makes it easier. As long as you can capitalize, that is, which they have. And they have a lead. Offensively, Trubisky hasn't done much, but he honestly really hasn't needed to do a lot, okay? They need to find a running game, though, to help them out, because if he starts throwing here, makes a mistake or two, allows Cincinnati to get back in the game, well, I'll say I told you so, because I told you so, coming back to this point where, well, they need to find a running game. Play calling wise are doing this or that when they shouldn't need to be doing that. That's when it gets frustrating. So, highlights continue on Fox. Seems like the scores are the same as they were when I just read them off. But they're actually going to advertise on CBS because, well, yeah, Penn State at Auburn on Saturday. Yep, we are. First time Penn State's going to be playing. Jesus Christ. Just like that. Just like that. If you have a running game, you're not rolling out on a play action from the fucking 10-yard line, 1st and 10 to start the drive. Because that could have been a sack, let alone an intentional grounding in the end zone, which is a fucking safety. So then it's 17-8. But they say he was thrown to so-and-so, and it's incomplete, and they got lucky on that. Run the damn ball, please. Run the damn ball. See exactly what I'm saying. Nothing like that. Stupid. He got rid of it, luckily, but still. They motion, switch some passes up front. 2nd and 10, handoff Najee Harris. Best run of the afternoon, and it goes for 7 yards. 8 yards. No, but yeah, they just showed the advertisement for Penn State Auburn on Saturday. I'll have live watch long reactions live here on YouTube. First time Penn State going to be on CBS in 20 plus years, but better get used to it because they'll be playing on CBS every year starting next year, along with on Fox and NBC as well. But of course, the Penn State Auburn home and home series will wrap up next weekend. Last year's game was a whiteout on ABC. This year on the Plains, a 3:30 kick on CBS. 3rd and 2 though for the Steelers here. Trubisky pass complete to the 20-yard line. They'll move the sticks, 1st and 10. All right. Chase Claypool on the reception. Now can you run the football? This drive didn't start off good, but then, big run, and then a 1st down completion on 3rd and short. Keeping it simple. Work the sticks. Take what the defense gives you. I like it. Maybe take a deep shot, though, here. Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, George Pickens. Gunner's in as well. Najee in at running back. Fryer move at tight end. Maybe go back to him. They'll toss near side Najee. And nowhere for him to go. He's going to lose fucking 5 yards back to the 15. Jesus Christ. Make it a loss of 4 officially. 2nd and 14. And just a simple toss near side, flick of the wrist. But they can't block, and he has nowhere to go. So, yeah, he loses a few yards. 2nd and 14 officially. From the 15. Out of the gun, Mitch. Pass. Far side, incomplete. 10 for Pickens. He basically replaces Juju. James Washington ain't in Pittsburgh anymore either. Neither Drever McLeod. So they didn't necessarily do a complete overhaul with the wide receivers, but when Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool are your only returners, I mean, they also signed Gunnar Olszewski, but 3rd and 14 here from the 15. I'm sure there's people hammering that, with Mitch in at quarterback here, that Pickett could be playing better. Trubisky deep ball far side, incomplete. Way too much on that. Completely sailed it out of bounds. Intended for the fucking first row of fans. And incomplete 4th and 14. So 17-6. They've stuttered now. They've started to stall a little bit. It seems like, nowhere to really go. And yeah, like I said, the former number 2 overall pick in Mitch Trubisky out of North Carolina, former Bear, Bill, now Steeler, gives the Steelers the best chance to win at quarterback. But honestly, with Kenny Pickett as a 1st-round draft pick at quarterback out of Pitt, how short is Trubisky's leash? If he gets hurt or starts sucking. He's not playing that bad today. He's not. But they need to help him out in the running game because he can't do it all himself. We saw how the drive started. They're lucky to not have a safety on that, let alone an interception or a fumble get called. Or give them the ball with good field position. They were able to drive a little bit before they had a punt. So, yeah, no doubt about it. Play calling can be a little bit better, but it all starts up front. You got to block to run the damn ball. Because the defense is showing out. They got off the field again to begin the second quarter. Or the second half, excuse me. After the first half, in the 1st and 2nd quarter, they forced 4 turnovers from Joe Burrow. And capitalized on 3 of those 4 turnovers, 17 points. So they lead 17-6 here. Defensively, other than the turnovers, Cincy, they forced 2 field goals from 59 and 26. And then, a punt or 2. So defense, Pittsburgh Steelers defense is playing good. They're keeping them in this game, and that's why they have a lead right now. Because offensively, if they don't have the turnovers, I'm yelling at my TV right now. Everybody's bitching. Pull Trubisky, put Pickett in. He's not playing bad. Of course, no doubt about it, as always for anybody, he could be playing 10 times better. But to help him out, they got to run the damn ball. Rock the Naj, run Najee Harris, go to your tight ends, open it up a little bit. I mean, they're trying, like I said, maybe take a deep shot or 2. They tried to, overthrown again, and until they click, until they connect and sync up, and find a running game, defense is just going to be keeping them in the games. So, the Housewives are on the field. They out of bounds with a penalty. You can't catch a punt or a kickoff return with a fucking purse. Yeah, who flips a table? But be 1st and 10 Cincinnati here, 17-6 Pittsburgh. There's the Ohio River. It'll connect with the Allegheny and the Monongahela in the Steel City. But yeah, Steelers, Bengals 17-6, and then Eagles, Lions 21-14. First and 10 from the 4-6, dump off near side on the screen, and get a first down, pushed out of bounds by Edmonds. They're trash talking. But yeah, like I said, Cincinnati on offense, as long as they don't turn the ball over, they look all right on offense. 2 field goals, but they honestly probably could have 10 points, and this could be a touchdown game. From the 35. First and 10. And Mixon on another give. They're trying to strip it. Highsmith on the tackle. So Tomlin's on the field, as is the defense coordinator, Terrell Austin. Matt Canada's up in the booth, along with Brian Flores, who is a assistant to the head coach, a senior defensive assistant, and linebackers coach. And they have some good linebackers. I mean, it's Pittsburgh Steelers, for God's sake. What do you expect? What the fuck? Okay, Mixon's coming out with Pirine coming in. 5 on the play clock. They might have to call a timeout. 3, 2, 1. They get it off right the last second. Hand off. So up to the 30 for 4. I don't know why he had to come out, but he just started running off oh, he's bleeding from the arm. So they're going to wrap it. Try to stop the bleeding if they can. So now let's see if they can stop Samaje Perine, another former Oklahoma running back who's been in the league a while. And they can stop him, let alone not being able to stop Joe Mixon, be all right. He's going to be out with a left arm injury because he's bleeding right now. But then he also got to stop the pass from Joe Burrow. It's caught near side by Boyd. First and 10. They'll move the sticks with 8-1 for to play in the third. From the 24, first and 10. And Burrow going to go down the sack. They get to him again, and guess who? Number 90, T.J. Watt. Second and 14 after another sack, the 5th of the game by the Steeler defense. They've also created 4 turnovers. Second and 14 from the 28. Stepping up, Burrow caught by Chase. Edmonds with a missed tackle. Wallace ends up bringing him down to 4. Levi Wallace, the former Bill, makes a stop. First and goal. And Cincinnati knocking on the door, looking to cut this lead again. Like I said, they have the momentum now. It has switched. It's flipped. First and goal from the 4. Toss near side. Joe Mixon. Going to be brought down by Tyson Alualu. Warmly, Fitzpatrick. Malik Reed. Former Bronco now on the stop as well. Number 50. So second and goal from the 4. Watch for a fade near side to Chase. Burrow, step up and run down to the 2. Third and goal from there. Come on, D. Under 5 to play in this third quarter. See if they can force another field goal. Be a one-score game then. But if they score, well, they're down 4 as they were early. Pressure on Burrow. Pass caught. Touchdown Bengals. Tyler Boyd. And he does the gritty. And the Bengals cut it to 5. Extra point to come at 17-12. They'll go for 2, though. Make it a 3-point game. 4:41 to play. Yeah, good call to go for 2. Hell, he had a guy wide open in the back of the end zone, too, if he wanted it. That's just bad defense. Yeah, it's on how you start. It's how you fucking finish. And the Steelers seems like they're getting a little too far ahead of themselves. And, okay, we can relax. No, it's a 60-minute game. We got to continue to play. Put them in their place. But now you're allowing them to come back. Cincinnati going to go for 2 from the 2. Make it a 3-point game at 17-14 and 17-12 after the touchdown. Burrow pump fakes, and it'll be caught. 2-point attempt is good. So 17-14, here we go. Back to the Steelers on offense. Got to find a damn running game. Good God. He just gave up a long touchdown drive with, on the 2-point attempt, 2 defenders running into each other and falling down. Yeah, so the Bengals are coming back. Game is all won in the first half, let alone at halftime. 6-minute game. Maybe even go to overtime. Just don't end in a tie. Sometimes a tie is better than a loss, though, because that's sort of how Pittsburgh taking care of business late in the year and then getting some help. Even though they weren't in December, it felt like the tie by the Lions, and I talked about that earlier, but with that tie rather than a loss, it helped them out and they ended up getting the playoffs. Not because of that specifically, but because they did end up winning some games late and then got some help as well. But made the playoffs, still lost. Up 17-14 now after not yet at least blowing a lead, but they're allowing them to come back. And Trubisky, he's not playing bad. He needs to be playing a little bit better. The play calling needs to be better. They need to find a damn running game. I've been saying it all damn day. Like, it's pathetic that Najee Harris has a max of probably 15, 20 yards rushing now. If that, at all. Man. And the defense just sitting on their high horse. Hey, okay, we got a good margin. Let them come back. Because that's what it seems like. I know that's not the case, but that's what it seems like. Because this not happens all the time, but a good portion of it. Or they're down and they're coming back. There's no in-between for the Steelers. Because then come the fourth quarter, the games are always coming down to the wire anyway. And man, it's just, that's what makes it frustrating at times. It's just, it's unacceptable at points and times. What can you do? I mean, I'm of course not playing, and neither are you. You know, coaches coach, players play, but still, man. Okay, you got to give credit to the Bengals. They've come back, but man, just offense has to get rolling here if they want to win this game, because if not, bend but don't break defense. Well, the defense just broke on that last drive. They just give Bengal first touchdown. So we'll have a touchback on the kick, 1st and 10, Steelers from the 25. But yeah, just got to find a running game here. Deontay Johnson has a catch for a yard. Chase Claypool, I believe, is still the team's leading rusher. Nothing to... he has a couple catches as well, but nothing to Pickens. Pat Fryermuth has gone cold. Starts up front, got to be able to block. Let's run the damn ball. From the 25, 1st and 10. Go old school on their ass. Run the ball. They fake the give. Trubisky going to roll out near side. Has all day to throw. All day to throw, and then he, you know, scampers for 3 yards. Jesus Christ, dude. Come on. Take what the defense gives you. I get there's nothing there, but still. You had all day. Yeah, because he was all right in Chicago. I mean, they honestly didn't have what Pittsburgh has now, but you still got to be able to run the damn ball. 2nd and 12, yeah. He scampered out of bounds. I thought he got a yard, too. He actually lost 2 yards. So, back at the 23. Good God. 3, 2, 1, they get it off. Trubisky far side, it's caught. Deontay Johnson. Okay. He gets to the 30. And it'll be about 3rd and 5, 5.5, 6, depending on the spot. 3rd down. Yeah, 3rd and 5 with 3:38 counting to play. Big 3rd down here for the Steelers offense. Even bigger 3rd down for the Bengal defense. So they can get off the field again, another quick 3 and out, get the ball back, drive and score, tie this game up to 17. If not, take the lead for the first time, go in the 4th quarter on top at home with the crowd behind you. Pittsburgh's in trouble then. 3rd and 5. Trips near side, going to roll out. He's going to tuck it and run. Go, hold on to it. Don't, oh my God. Got 6 yards. You got to know where the hell you're at and who's around you, because that could have been bad. 6-yard run on 3rd and 5. They get the first down, but man, that could have been a strip sack fumble. Scoop and score. Yeah, Hendrickson just chasing them down. And they would have been yelling at him. I'm sure they were, but he was running towards the Bengals sideline, not the other way to the Steelers sideline. So Trubisky lucky on that play. Now, can you run the ball on 1st and 10, please? And talk about turnovers. The Bengals forced 4 turnovers. They're only down 4. Or 3 make that with that 2-point attempt. And then a turnover by the Steelers, potentially, which they don't have. Knock on wood, hopefully they don't. That could also be the difference. 2nd and 8. Yeah, they run a, shuffle pass over the middle that goes for 2. They hand off. Okay, 3 yards to the 41. Got another 3rd and medium. Another big 3rd down. Good God. Like I said, I'm sure there's people hammering right now as they show Mike Tomlin on the screen, yelling at him. Like, pull this son of a bitch, put Pickett in, because he'd be making some better throws. And he might be, he might not be, though. I don't know. Rumor was this morning that they're going to get Pickett as long as they can this season and let Pickett sit, and rightfully so, let him learn, because Trubisky still gives them the best chance to win. 3rd and 6 here from the 40. Going to step up. It's coming back for a hold anyway. Jesus Christ. He's going to tuck it and run and get another fucking first down on 3rd and 6. But this is coming back for a hold. It'll be 3rd and 16 probably. So give me a hell yeah, but come on. The problem is they don't have a running game. So regardless of who the quarterback would be, they still can't run the ball. Holding on the Steelers. Who was it? Dan Moore, of course it was. It's either going to be him or fucking Chuk. One of the two tackles. Third and 16. 1-1-1 to play in this third quarter. Steelers up 3, 17-14. Trubisky out of the gun, left to right, dumps it off, and Zach Gentry gets to the 38, but they'll off the punt on 4th down, and momentum has now completely switched and flipped the script in favor of the Cincinnati Bengals as they get off the field once again. 40 seconds to count and go in this third quarter, so they might get a playoff before the end of the third after they get this punt return, but going in the fourth, they're down 3. Pittsburgh's going to have to make stops on defense again. They're going to have to force some turnovers. Back to that pressure on Burrow. Force turnovers. Capitalize off those turnovers. Because offensively, they have no running game. None. Trubisky's doing it all himself. But what's new? This is how it's been for how many years now? People shit on Ben because of this. When it wasn't all his fault. And I told you that then, and I'm telling you again now. Okay? Same thing with Mitch. And there's going to be people hammering for Pickett. And rightfully so. I can understand that. But if you don't have a running game, especially for Pickett, as a rookie, okay, he might be able to make some plays, but Trubisky, because Pickett can run, but I don't know, honestly, as good as Mitch just making plays. Because that's what he does. He's no Hall of Famer by any means. But he gives them the best chance to win right now. And they signed him for dirt cheap. 2 years, $10 million. Okay? And they obviously had a plan when they signed him. And then Pickett was there at 20, which he was. They drafted him. And they did. Man, just very frustrating that they don't have a running game still. Because Connor was there for how long? He got the job after Le'Veon, who knocked out AP last night. And then, Connor wasn't anything special. Najee was good last year. Hopefully he's going to be good again this year, but, I mean, hell, if they can't fucking block for him, what do you expect? They can't run the damn ball. Yellowstone, the mayor of Kingstown, 1883, 1923, now the Tulsa King. Got some good shows from the former deputy in Sons of Anarchy, Taylor Sheridan. But here we go. 1st and 10, Cincy from the 9. Cincy, Burrow going to hand off. And Highsmith on the tackle. And that'll probably do it for the third quarter of play. So they'll have a 2nd down and about 8. Begin the 4th. Bengals will down 3. 17-14 at the end of 3 is your score. Steelers on top. They get shut out in that 15 minutes, whereas the Bengals ended up scoring a touchdown and going for 2 and getting it. So an 8-0 third quarter, that is. And honestly, at this point, it's who's going to make some stops on defense for the Steelers. See if they bend but don't break. Pressure. Force those same turnovers you had earlier. Maybe potentially, it comes down to whoever has the ball last. It's going to come down to the wire still, as I thought earlier, even with Pittsburgh having the lead at that point. Because like I said then, as long as they have a running game, which they still haven't found one, they'd be all right. Well, they don't have one, so they're screwed. Because they're in this tough position now. With the defense having to get them out of the jam they're in, you got to rely on the D once again. And Survivor returns a week from Wednesday, which is a good thing. Have something else on Wednesday nights other than wrestling to watch. But in the meantime, man, just like I said, the difference might come down to Cincinnati being able to run the football versus Pittsburgh not being able to run the football. Or the Steelers' 4 turnovers off of the Bengals, capitalizing on 3 of those 4. Now that field goal that could have been a touchdown, might be crucial. Or them not scoring on that 4th turnover might even be more crucial. Along with, don't want to say it, knock on wood, like I said, hopefully it doesn't happen, but then the Bengals getting a turnover off the Steelers, and finding a way to win that way. Because something's going to happen. I honestly just don't know what. It's just a typical Steeler game. Regardless if it's in division or not. That's how it is. And they can't run the damn ball. So, Jesus Christ, man, just hopefully the defense can get some stops for him, and we go from there. But yeah, it's not Paul Brown Stadium anymore. It's Paycor Stadium. Everybody has sponsorship. 2nd and 7 from the 11. There's a defensive sack again on Burrow back at the 4. Hayward got to him first, and then Reed and Highsmith and Fitzpatrick. All right. But Trubisky's 11 of 17 for 97 yards and a touchdown. Claypool still leads the team in rushing, 3 carries, 17 yards. So that's pretty pathetic when the wide receivers leading your team in rushing. Najee, 7 for 12. We haven't seen Jalen Warren since the first half, still 2 of 5. Trubisky, 3 of 9. Burrow, 15 of 21, a $152, a touchdown and 3 picks. Also has a fumble and has been sacked 5 times. Oh my! So here we go, 3rd and 14 from the 5 for the Bengals. Just going to dump it off on the screen near side. So the Steelers, they can make a tackle there, which they do. Arthur Millette makes a tackle at the 15 on Samaje. 35 takes down 34 because it's a higher number. They get off the field on defense. They'll force a punt, and the Steeler offense is going to get the ball back here. So we'll see offensively what they can do here in a minute or so. If they can run the football here in this 4th quarter with a lead on the road or not. Because if not, they're screwed. Trubisky's going to have to be doing what he's been doing all game, and not necessarily run for his life because his offensive line hasn't looked that bad, but just making some plays. Have him do it all himself. They almost blocked the punt. Gunner from the 35. He will return this. And he's got out past the 40. 45, 50. Down to the 45. Good return by Gunnar Olszewski. That's the spark they need. So 13-21 to play. Pittsburgh 1st and 10 up 3, 17-14. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL Live Watch Along Reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. 17-14 Steelers over the Bengals. 31-14 now Eagles over the Lions. Yeah, that could have been a block in the back. That could have been a block in the back. Yeah. All right. Najee Harris. Doesn't look like he got much. 2 yards officially. 2nd down and 8. Let's see if they can run the ball and work the clock. Punch it in, go up 10. Maybe Boswell field goal, and the defense has to get another fucking stop for you. You know, because you're only up 6, you can't give them a touchdown. Because remember, they went for 2 and got it, and they're down 3. But even if they didn't, they'd be down 7, and then a touchdown would tie it at 20. So, 2nd and 8. Trubisky gets the snap out of the gun. Pass caught far side. Deontay Johnson, and then he will recover his own fumble, thank God. So it'd be 3rd and, what, 2? 2.5, 3. Now we've got an update. And this is Baltimore and New York, the Ravens and Jets. And Baltimore is rolling because Zach Wilson rolled your mom and is inactive today. 3rd and 2. And we got an injured Steeler. It's Mason Cole, the center, ain't it? So J.C. Hossener, 60, is going to have to come in. 3rd and 2, Pittsburgh. Yep. Yeah, J.C.'s going to have to come in. They actually cut him at the end of camp and then signed him to the practice squad and brought him back. Which, thank God they did. Not because of this, but he is reliable. Yeah, take a look at the offensive lines, speaking of the injury. Dan Moore had a penalty on him earlier. He's at left tackle. Kevin Dawson's your left guard. Mason Cole's your starting center. He's injured. He basically takes over for Marquise Pouncey because last year was Kendrick Green. He's inactive today because he sucks. He's a backup guard now. Swing guy in the middle. But They have him, of course, James Daniels at right guard. He played Trubisky in Chicago, like I said earlier, and then Chooks at right tackle. But they traded for Jesse Davis, and I was talking about earlier, from Minnesota, former Dolphin, now Steeler. He's the backup right tackle. Trent Scott at backup left tackle behind Dan Moore. But honestly, if you're a tackle, hopefully you can play left and right tackle if need be. You know, of course, you're going either to the left side or the right side on your block. And hopefully in the middle, if you're that type of swingman, you can play center or right or left guard as well, if not all three. But behind guard and center, yeah, you have J.C. Hossener and Kendrick Green, and Green's inactive today. So, knock on wood, hopefully no more injuries up front on the offensive line. So Mason Cole going to be out for the time being. JC going to be in at center. Hopefully they don't have any issues with, any snaps here. Talk about turnovers. You sure as hell don't want this to happen now, especially if I'm in or game on the line, even though you're up. I mean, come on. But no, JC's reliable. Maybe they can work that Alabama offense into this, because he played at Bama. Najee played at Bama. I'd like a deep shot from Trubisky. Go deep down the middle of the damn field. Johnson's had a quiet day. Claypool's had a quiet day. But George Pickens is somebody who's really had a quiet afternoon. Trubisky pass complete, far side of the 30. Complete, Deontay Johnson. So Johnson's starting to catch some balls here now on this drive. Now, can you get back to the run game? Can you work some clock? 12:02. Keep it simple. That's a simple comeback to the far side. And, yeah, Deontay now with 4 catches, 21 yards. Trubisky just passed the 100-yard mark. But he's been, consistent and efficient enough. He's 13-19 for a $110 and a touchdown. His former team just went up 3 on the 49ers, 13-10. 1st and 10. And Trubisky pass, incomplete, 10 for Pat Freiermuth. 2nd and 10, 11:30 to play, up 3, 17-14 on the Steelers. Run the damn ball. Good God. Or maybe a trick play of some sorts. Catch them off guard. Catch them off guard, just like the Lions were going to try to catch the Eagles off guard with a field goal. Or, an onside kick after they kicked the field goal. 2nd and 10. Trubisky going to roll out. And incomplete. Intended for Deontay Johnson. He was looking his way the whole entire time. And, yeah, that felt incomplete. Should have been picked off. Yeah. And so the Lions are now down by 10, it looks like. He just tried an onside kick, but didn't get it. 3rd and 10. Remember, if you would have threw there, ran on 1st or 2nd and 10, you wouldn't be throwing right now on 3rd and 10. Good God. Run the damn ball, but not now. You have to make a play. From the 30, high snap. Trubisky rolls out far side. Going to make a play out of nothing, deep down the middle, and a little high in the end zone. Incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. No penalty. Yeah, probably going to be a good call because that was uncatchable. Incomplete, 4th and 10, but they are in field goal range. So from the 30, here comes Chris Boswell for about a 47, 48-yard field goal to extend the lead to 6. Yeah, that's uncatchable. That's a good no call. I agree with that. I'm not going to be pissed off about that. Yeah, 48-yard field goal here from Boswell. Good for one today already from 20. Kick's going to be... What the fuck's with the camera? You're not even going to show us the field goal? You're just going to hover it? Like, what the hell? Field goal's up and good, supposedly. Couldn't even see it, but they're up 20-14. So 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. 1 defensive touchdown, 1 offensive touchdown, 2 field goals. 11:13 to play. Good God. Defense going to have to make another stop for him. Defense going to win them this game. Because offense can't punch it in. Play calling on that drive, they're late. Not that good. Mason Rudolph's probably pissed he's in street clothes for the first time on the Steelers sideline in a good 4 or 5 years because he's backed up Roethlisberger's whole entire career. Now he's not the guy because he never was the guy. Boswell on to kick off. Got to fight. Got to fight with the Eagles and Lions. Touchback. 1st and 10 Bengals from the 25. Both teams, all 3 timeouts remain. 11:13 to play. 2-minute warning to come. But this Steeler defense going to have to get the hell off the field again. Make stops. Force pressure on Burrow. Force some more turnovers. Stop their running game. Because they haven't been able to do that. They show up the stats for the quarterbacks. But they haven't been able to stop Joe Mixon today. He's going to have close to 100 yards here. Keeps it up. Because even, once again, like I said, with the 4 turnovers the Steelers have created off the Bengals, they still only lead by 6 right now. So, 1st and 10, Burrow pass, complete to Mixon on a dump off. And, yeah, just frustrating that they can't run the ball on offense. Because, hell, they didn't even try to really run the ball on offense that last drive either. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say they're abandoning it. They just can't even run it to begin with. But you should at least still be trying to run it, try to get it going, because it's, never too late to start running the football. Not unless you're, like, down and out, but you have a lead. That's the point. 2nd and 3. Pass complete. And it'll be a Bengal 1st down. From the 35, 1st and 10, Cincy. And a 2-yard run up the middle. Yeah, Larry Jabo's number 99. Cam Hayward's number 97. TJ, of course, 90. They're making some stops up front today. But Joby basically takes over for Tua. But then Alualu's still there. Pittsburgh jumped off sides. Burrow's got a free play. And it'll be caught at the 40. 1st and 10, Cincy at the 40, so they'll decline the penalty. And just as T. Higgins was injured earlier, has not returned and will not return, now Tyler Boyd's injured. What's up, big dog? How you doing, buddy? All the confusion, flags, everything. But Cincinnati team, you can tell they practice this. Yeah. They continue to run their routes, let the play go through, let it play out. 1st and 10, Cincy. They trail by 6, 9:19 to play and counting. They'll run the ball. Hayward on the tackle. Got another update. 49ers and Bears. Justin Fields with a passing touchdown. 13-10. Of course they missed the extra point because their former kicker, Robbie Gould's now a 49er. 2nd and 6 for Cincy from the 36. Pump fake. They come back on a screen. It's batted down, incomplete. Yeah, Jameer Jones, who they traded for from Jacksonville, I do believe, at linebacker. Robert Spillane now down injured. There's Devin Bush coming to check on him. Of course, they still got TJ. They got Highsmith. Malik Reed is another linebacker. Spillane getting his eye checked out, it looks like. He'll come out for a play. Yeah, Miles Jack and Devin Bush in the middle with Highsmith and Watt coming off the edge. And then Malik Reed, Robert Spillane, and Jameer Jones with Mark Robinson and Marcus Allen as your other two linebackers, but Robinson inactive today. 3rd and 6 from the 36. Burrow, incomplete. He got hit. It looked like it was deflected, though, so they're going to go for this? They already made it from 59. Why not kick a 54-yarder? Still got 3 timeouts, 8.5 to play. You'll probably get the ball back, but if you don't stop them, or if you give up a touchdown, you're down 10 then. Game's over probably for you, but if you give up a field goal, touchdown will still win it, as it does right now. Since he's going to go for it here on 4th and 6. Burrow down the middle. It's almost picked off, and it is picked off. Akello Weatherspoon, 25 on the interception. And that's the 5th turnover by Joe Burrow today. Talk about turnovers once again. 4th interception along with the fumble. Pittsburgh Steelers getting the ball back up 6 with 8:16 to play. Run the damn ball. Run the ball. Score, whether it be a touchdown or a field goal. You give it back to them. Make sure you give them the ball back with hardly any time left. Little to no time remaining. Because a field goal right now for the Steelers is going to win it for you. If you can work some clock. You're up 6, 20-14. You go up 9, that's 2 possessions. Even though it's a single digit, that's 2 possessions. Because there's no touchdown and, a 3-point play afterwards. It's not the fucking XFL or USFL. Run the damn ball, please, from the 23, 1st and 10. In motion is Chase Claypool. They'll fake an end around to him. Handoff, Najee Harris. Longest run of the afternoon for the Steeler offense, and it goes for 11 yards and a Steeler first down. Thank you. Rock the Naj and run the ball. We'll work the clock. Run the ball. Work the clock. You give it back to him. Make sure there's a little more time left. Hopefully you score, though, after this. Because you don't want to run the ball, work the clock, not get anything, still only up 6, give them the ball back, they drive and score a touchdown, win it, you get the ball back. You might have your timeouts, you might not. You might have under 2 minutes, you might not. But then you need a field goal or a touchdown to win the damn thing with yourself in a corner. So, reliable. I don't care, your name's Jesus Christ, or the best football player to ever play, okay? You get the job done. You're going to play. The best players are going to play. Mitch, pass complete. George Pickens, his first catch of the afternoon for 3, maybe 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and medium. Another big 3rd down. We'll see if they can convert 3rd and 4 officially. Because if not, that's just a shame. That's like a low blow to the defense. Like, hey, thanks, but we're not going to do anything. Third and 4. The Oos audible from the 40. Trubisky, pass, incomplete, intended for Freiermuth. You got to be shitting me. You run it for first down. and then you pass, and pass, and guess what? You got to give them the fucking ball back again because you can't convert. Pathetic. Just pathetic. Now you're going to have to punt, give them the ball back, and defense going to have to make another damn play for you. So 3 of the 5 turnovers they were able to capitalize on for 17 points in the first half. They've scored 3 since halftime. They're up 6-20-14 with 6:13 to play. Just absolutely pathetic. Run the damn ball. It'll be down in the end zone for a touchback. So 1st and 10 Cincinnati from the 20. Got a flag on the play. Got 6:05 to play. 2-minute warning to come. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts. Got a hold on the Steelers. Yes. $10 yards from the end of the run, end of the kick, which is a touchback from the 20. So they'll have 1st and 10 now at the 30. So now you're just giving them free yardage. Good God. Stupid. Just stupid. You're literally digging yourself your own damn grave right now. Even on the road, Steeler Nation has traveled. We'll see if they can get loud and try to help out this defense a little bit. 1st and 10. From the 30 after the penalty. Burrow, dump off, it's caught, and Mixon gets to the 48. So 14-yard reception, 1st and 10, they'll move the sticks again. Come on. Jesus Christ. Please stop them. How hard is it? You've done it with 5 turnovers already today. Giving up 2 field goals and then a touchdown with a 2-point. But you've done enough early. Can you hold on now? Can you make another stop when the game's on the line? Who's going to make that stop? TJ Watt's been quiet this second half. TJ Watt has been quiet this second half from the 48. 1st and 10, Cincy. Burrow going to tuck it and run. Gets a 1st down. Still going down inside the 30 at the 28. Ball came out late, but he was already down. 1st and 10. What a fucking shit show. Jesus Christ. Good blocking up front. Quarterback draw. Just I think that might have been designed too, honestly, because all the fucking receivers were blocked. And then Minka and Mouth Jack on the tackle. Yeah, stripped him late, but he was already down. 1st and 10 to the 29 for the Bengals. Pressure, slant over the middle, high, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Right through Jamar Chase's hands with Witherspoon on the coverage, and I think Millette was in the back of the secondary. Second and 10 after the incompletion. Cincy going to hand off. Mixon nowhere to go. Loses the yard. 3rd and long. Wormley on the stop. Third time is charm for Cincy. They've won 2 straight games when trailing by 14-plus points. Both were against the Chiefs last January during the regular season and then in the playoffs. And then, of course, they had to trail by 14 today. 3rd and 11. And remember, they won both those games. Third and 11 from the 30. Burrow. TJ Watt on the sack. What did I just say? What did I just say? I swear to God. Fourth and long. They're going to have to go for it. Now we got a late flag. Come on. What the fuck's this bullshit? Holding on the defense on Cam Sutton. 5 yards and it's automatic first down. You gotta be kidding me. That's the second penalty on Sutton today. Come on. Really? After that, let's see a replay. Or the one time you're not going to show a replay, we can't see it now. Because, of course, it was back in the secondary. So the Bengals keep the ball 1st and 10. I can't tell. I don't know if it was a good call or not. But Bengals keep it. Jesus Christ. Burrow, dump off, incomplete. Good coverage by Miles Jack, the former Jaguar, back in the jungle. There's the replay. All right, that's a good call. I can understand why they threw that, but it just takes, of course, away the sack and then the 4th and long, and then they got a decision to make, which they would kick it, you know, but then try to get the ball back and all that. Empty set, 2nd down and 10 from the 25 for the Bengals. Steelers lead by 6, 20-14 with 3:35 to go. Burrow slant over the middle, caught by Chase, and then Millette and Bush make the stop. More so Bush. Millette backed off after he caught it for some unknown reason. And Devin Bush makes the tackle. 1st and 10 though for Pittsburgh. Make that Cincinnati. They just gave up another first down. The Steeler defense did, I should say. Burrow deep in the front of the end zone, incomplete. 2nd and 10. They wanted a pass interference. No, that's a good no call. They weren't going to get that. They're not going to throw a penalty on every play. Not unless it's Thanksgiving and it's Raiders, Cowboys like they did with this officiating crew last year. Second and 10. From the 13 still, 2:54 to go. Bengals down 6 as Pittsburgh leads at 20-14. Burrow caught right there on the goal line. Jamar Chase catches it, but he's not in the end zone. So he'll be down, technically out of bounds at the half-yard line. God, you gotta be kidding me. You're gonna let this slip away? Cam Sutton on the coverage. His one foot would have been on the goal line, but not really in the end zone. The ball has to be, across the goal line, so to speak, for a touchdown. Anyway, Mixon on the give. No go. They lose a few. It'll be 2nd and goal. TJ Watt making a big stop. So now we've got an injury. And it'll be Alex Smith. So his spot. .233. 2nd goal for the Bengals. Yeah, Malik Reed, that's right, because it's an outside linebacker, not an inside. Jones is inside. Okay. Yeah, so you'll have Reed and then Watt coming off the edge with Jack and Bush in the middle. Jones is capable, though, of playing inside and outside if they need him to. He was on the squad last year, and then later in the year, they parted ways and they just brought him back. So they obviously saw something in him to add depth. But remember, Mark Robinson inactive, not dressed. Mason Cole was injured on the offensive line, replaced by J.C. Hausner at center. So 2:06 to go, second and goal for the Bengals here. Pittsburgh can get the ball back, 3 timeouts, under 2 minutes to go here. If Cincinnati scores or, gets a field goal and then has to get the ball back again. But we're going to get a good drive of Trubisky going to try to lead the Steelers into field goal range, let alone a touchdown to win it, because if Cincy scores here, all Pittsburgh's going to need is a field goal. And then it's going to come down to Chris Boswell. That pass incomplete, third and goal. So then we'll really see what Mitch has at quarterback when the game's on the line. And then if it doesn't go well, get ready, because talk about people already hammering for Pickett. It's going to get worse this week. And then the Patriots coming in next week. Belichick against rookie quarterbacks. Pickett won't play. At least won't start. And then they go to Cleveland, and then the Jets come to Pittsburgh before they go to Buffalo. So third and goal, Cincy trips in a bunch near side, chase in motion though. They flip it on a shuttle over the middle. Hayden Hurst, and he'll be down at the 2, so they stop him on third and goal. Fourth and goal from the 2, and now Cincinnati at the 2-minute mark, officially 1:56 to go. They have a decision to make. Touchdown will take the lead if the extra point's up and good at 21-20. It's 20-14 though right now. Steelers on top of the Bengals. Since he has 2 timeouts remaining, Pittsburgh has 3. Of course, this happens probably at the wrong side of the 2-minute warning for the Bengals with those 2 timeouts, because if this would happen, 2:02, fourth and goal, take a 2-minute warning, you still have 3 timeouts basically at that. You could still potentially kick the field goal. They probably definitely would at that point, but they got a decision to make. And if they kick it still, they'll have to get the ball back and drive with no time and no timeouts. So I bet you any money when we come back from break here, Cincinnati's going to go for it. Pittsburgh, just don't jump off sides. No penalties either on a big fourth and goal. Make a stop. Bend but don't break. And then, of course, you're going to have the end zone to your back. If it's turnover on downs, you'll have a 1st and 10 from the 2. So you'll have to run the ball, get yourself some breathing room. Mitch is going to have to make a play or 2. Nothing stupid. Don't turn it over either. You don't want to pick 6 or fumble, scoop and score, strip sack in that situation, that have them win the game that way by any means. And then, get a couple first downs, make them call their timeouts, and then run the ball and run the damn clock out. And then, see if they can close it out officially and end up winning. So there's a lot to unpack, a lot to unfold here. It's all just going to depend on what Cincinnati does here on fourth and goal from the 2. And I think they're going to go for it, because they sort of have to with 2 timeouts. So they have 3 timeouts. It might be a different story. You still kick it. Go back to that situation. This on the wrong side of the 2-minute warning for them. Because I'd say with more than 2 minutes, they probably kick it, because they get that 3rd timeout, 2-minute warning, and then, they get some stops, get the ball back. But then you still got to drive the length of the field and whatnot with no time and no timeouts. But I'd expect Cincinnati to go for this. So Pittsburgh on defense, don't jump off sides. No late hit. No penalties, nothing. Don't go touchdown either. Turnover would be nice. Talk about the 5 turnovers they had. What about 6 when the game's on the line? Who's making the play for the Steelers defense? Minute 56 to go. 4th and goal from the 2. Burrow out of the gun looking to throw. Fade back corner, and it's almost picked off by Sutton, but then it falls incomplete. Intended for Jamar Chase. Incomplete. So turnover on downs. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from the 2-yard line. End zone to your back, as mentioned. You're going to have to run the ball. You get yourself some breathing room. Do not turn it over yourself. Get a few first downs. Make them call their timeouts. Continue to run the football. And hope to get out of Dodge with a win. Got a flag on the play. Of course we do. So after the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on the Bengals. Okay, that was on Jamar Chase. So Pittsburgh are going to get automatic breathing room. You still want to run the football, though. They're not going to be backed up to their end zone, though. You'll have the ball out towards the 20. 1st and 10. You run the ball. Work clock. Make them call their timeouts. Don't do anything stupid. Do not turn it over. No sacks. Nothing. Run the ball, okay? And if it comes down to it, you know, after the fact, if you work some clock, you make them call their timeouts, you got a 3rd down and whatever, rather than a punt, maybe you throw a deep ball, gets intercepted of some sorts, change field, maybe you do punt, you know, you still change field. Now Najee Harris is injured, god damn it. So they do decide to run it. God damn, he's holding his left knee too. Or his left leg, left foot. His left lower leg, lower body. God damn. He gets up himself. He's going to walk off. All right. Doesn't look serious, but still not good. Cincinnati calls timeout in the meantime, so it'll be 2nd down Pittsburgh. Minute 44 to go. Jalen Warren's going to have to come in at running back. Hopefully Najee's all right, because they're going to need him. He just got twisted up. Yeah, his left ankle. Yeah. What do you got, Jalen Warren? 2nd and 12. Yeah, he lost 2, I might add. Got hurt on the play, so now 2nd and 12 out of the pistol. They're going to throw. Trubisky, Jesus Christ. Why are you fucking throwing? It gets batted down, it's incomplete. That stops the clock. Now, well, they didn't even call a timeout on their first play because the injury. Pittsburgh got called to charge the timeout. And now you stop the clock, and the Bengals still have 2 timeouts. You don't convert your own from the ball back. They need a touchdown to win it. And then we'll see if the Steeler defense can get off the field and win them the game at that point. Why did you throw? Yeah, fucking 8 seconds. 3rd and 12. Run the damn ball. Or run a bubble screen and get a good block and stay the hell in bounds and get a 1st down maybe. Get your tight end over the middle. They'll run an end around Chase Claypool to the 19-20 and a 4th down, and since he's going to call a timeout, they didn't have the ball 20 seconds. Jesus Christ. So since he's going to get it back with 1 timeout and a minute 36, needing a touchdown to win this thing. When Pittsburgh, play calling wise, Matt Canada once again just, what the hell are you doing, dude? You can't even move the ball more than 2 yards, let alone take more than 20 seconds off the clock. And now you got a punt. And you rely on this defense way too damn much again. Nothing's changed, even though some has changed with the players. Nothing's changed with how they play, offensively at least. And the defense is going to have to make another damn stop for him. Defense going to have to win in this game. Bengals have had 5 turnovers. And now, down 6, they're going to have a chance to score and win this game with a minute and a half and a timeout to go. Jesus Christ. How? Just how are we at this point? Even though I know I said, because I knew probably happened because of the Steeler game. What do you expect? Game come down to the wire. You know, another heart attack game. You don't know what the hell is going to happen. Whether you drop dead or not knowing if you're going to live or die. Good God. 1st and 10 from the 40. Empty set, 5 wide. Minute 27 to go. The Bengals have a timeout and they need a touchdown to win it. Come on, D. Burrow pass complete. Mixon. Tackled by Miles Jack. And Trey Norwood. Minute 12 and counting. From the 49. Burrow over the middle, caught 1st down. Cincy mixing again to the 40. Fitzpatrick and Edmonds on the tackle. 52 seconds and counting. Another first down for the Bengals at the 40. Good God. Burrow, deep ball far side. A little too much. 10 for Thomas, incomplete. So the clock's going to stop there at 42 seconds, 2nd and 10. They got a timeout. Pittsburgh's got 2 timeouts. Second and 10 from the 40. Trips top of your screen. Joe Burrow dumps it off. P. Ryan near side. He'll get about 7-8 yards and then get out of bounds. Hell, he might even got the fucking first down. They'll give him 9. 3rd and short with 34 seconds. NFL fact, last team to win a game with -5 turnovers. The Falcons a decade ago against the Cardinals. The Bengals with -5 turnover differential today as well. And they have a chance to win it right now. Good God, Pittsburgh. What the fuck? 3rd and 1. And it's because they don't have a running game. Plain and simple. Third and 1. Burrow pass complete to Chase. Witherspoon makes the tackle at the 16. He got a 1st and 10 at the 16 with 27 seconds, and the Bengals are going to call their 3rd and final timeout. They're going to have to get out of bounds. They don't ever stop talking in this game. Come on. How? Why? Always like this. First and 10. Who's making a stop on defense? 27 seconds to go. Bengals have no timeouts, so tackle them the hell inbounds. Just make sure it's not in the end zone, because you get the ball back with, what? Less than this, with 2 timeouts, you're probably not going to do anything. Burrow in the end zone, caught. What a catch by Jamar Chase. They say incomplete, out of bounds. He snagged that one hand in midair like that. Incomplete. They say incomplete. Rolling on the field is incomplete. What a catch. 1. And then that second foot. Yeah, the toes on the white. That's incomplete. He had a catch just like this, not one-handed like that, right before halftime, I believe it was. Oh, that's close. They're going to have to look at it. Since he, of course, can't challenge, it's going to have to be a booth review. Yeah, that toes on the white. He's out of bounds. They've already reviewed it. Incomplete, 2nd and 10, 22 seconds. T.J. Watt with another sack on Burrow. He gets rid of it right at the last second. Got a flag coming in as well. This is a hold on Cincinnati since we're under 2 minutes. It's going to be a 10-second runoff from 16 to 6. They don't have any timeouts to stop it. And then they better get up and snap it. Now T.J. Watt's holding his left shoulder. And he said he can't move his arm. And now illegal hands to the face on the Steelers. So automatic first down. So no 10-second runoff. They'll have an automatic first down inside the 10, it looks like. 16 seconds and the touchdown wins it. Good God. Oh, that's the penalty on T.J. Watt. And then he got hurt on it too. Hopefully he's okay along with Najee, because if not, I mean, man, that's going to suck. Yeah, and TJ's going right in the locker room. So that's not a good sign. From the 12, 1st and 10. Burrow in the end zone, incomplete. 10 for Mixon. Thomas was also there, so 13 seconds on 2nd and 10. They have no timeouts. Yeah, TJ, shoulder, Bye, try. Might have hurt his labrum, though, too, to be honest with you. 2nd and 10 from the 12. Burrow empty set. Over the middle. Incomplete in the end zone. No penalties. There's a late flag now. Oh, come on. And, of course, since the foul occurred in the end zone, it'll be spotted at the 1 if it's against the Steeler defense for a pass interference or a hold. 9 seconds to go. There's no foul on that. You picked this up. They're still huddled up, talking it over. They're going to pick it up. No foul. Or actually a personal foul. Unnecessary roughness on the defense. Of course. Beyond Minka. Half the distance, automatic first down for the Bengals. 9 seconds, 1st and goal. And a touchdown's going to win it for the Bengals. And even if the Steelers get it back, there's not going to be any time left now at this point. I mean, if you give them a touchdown, you hope to fucking block the extra point to force overtime tie to 20. Unless you get a stop here. They have no timeouts. 1st and goal from the 6. Burrow caught, and then boom. Big hit by Minka and Cam Sutton. It falls incomplete. It was caught, and then hit. It gets jarred loose, incomplete. Who had the hit? It was Minka. Well, he still dropped it anyway as he was going out of bounds. So, incomplete. 2nd and goal. 4 seconds to go. Steelers have 2 timeouts. I bet you any money they'll call one of these just to make sure they're set. But here's your ball game. Down to the wire. Final few seconds. Here's your game. Got a late timeout. Pittsburgh gonna ice them. Make sure they're set on defense. Buy some time. Make sure they can get a stop here to hold on to win. Big goal line stand at the end of the game. 1-0. Well, you wouldn't be in this situation to begin with if you had a running game on offense. Because you've created 5 turnovers on defense. You're up 6, but if the Bengals score here, they win. So it doesn't matter about the 5 turnovers. Because even with the 5 turnovers, you have nothing to show for on offense. And even though you have 1 offensive touchdown, you capitalize off a turnover. You haven't done shit on offense the rest of the way. Having a pick 6 and then 2 field goals. Here we go. 2nd goal from the 6 with 4 seconds. Touchdown wins it. Here's your ball game. Burrow pass near side. It's caught. Touchdown. Jesus fucking Christ. As time expires. And the Bengals tied at 20. And this extra point will win it. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Just how? How the hell do you let this happen? And this extra point will win it. As there's already triple zeros on the clock. This extra point will win it for the Bengals at 21-20. As they were a 7.5 point favorite today. Get your fucking hands up and block this. Because if not, you're going to lose. Feel so bad for the defense, even though they gave up the game-winning touchdown right there. You know, I'll dive into everything here in a minute. Good God. Two seconds on the clock. So they will have to kick off. Then at that point, they'll squib it. And then Pittsburgh will have to play hook and ladder. Here's the extra point for the win. Extra point, not field goal. Extra point for the win. And snap, hold. It's blocked. It's blocked. No good. We're going to overtime, tied at 20. Hell yeah. The Steelers are still alive. Who got his hand up? Minka. Stepping up for TJ after he got injured. Snap and hold were good, and Minka just came through the hole on the far left side, and it's blocked. No good. We're tied at 20, and we're going to OT. We're going to overtime with the Steelers and Bengals. And, yeah. Cincy thought they had it. Pittsburgh thought Cincinnati had it won. Myself included, I ain't going to lie. You saw my reaction in the past 5 minutes. Man. I would have to say now, with that blocked extra point, even though Cincinnati had the momentum tied up, it switched again. Pittsburgh has the momentum. Offensively, though, they got to find a damn running game in overtime now. Mitch is going to have to make some plays. Yes. You got 10 more minutes of football to be played, though. They'll squib it. Just fall. Just fall. Let the time run. Go to overtime. 1, 2. Okay, go down. Don't fumble it. Okay, we're going to overtime. Tied at 20. Jesus Christ. 20-20 with the Steelers and Bengals. 5 Bengal turnovers. 4 interceptions and a fumble by Joe Burrow. 3 of those 5 were capitalized for 17 Steeler points. It was 17-6 at halftime. Pittsburgh with a field goal early in the fourth. That's all they've had since the first half, okay? It was a pick 6, a Bengal field goal at 7-3, a Steeler field goal at 10-3, and then the Steeler offensive touchdown, the lone offensive touchdown for the afternoon, okay? This is going to be the first overtime game under the new overtime rules as well. Tied at 20, and both teams are going to get a chance. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Yeah. Unless they score first on the opening drive or attempt to score. Pittsburgh's visitors, what do you got? Heads up, win, tails, you lose. Tails. Tail, you want the football. Yes. Pittsburgh getting it. College overtime, you play defense. And you start, of course, at the 25-yard line. And then you play on until you have a winner. As you do here in the NFL, too. But it could end in a tie if it's still tied at the end of 10 minutes in overtime. But we're getting extra football here in Week 1 with the Steelers and Bengals. And the Steelers now have the momentum after the blocked extra point to force OT. Man, what a finish right there. But we're not done yet. Yeah, college overtime, you win the coin toss, you play defense, because at that point, you want to know what you need to win the game. And then second overtime now, you got to go for 2, rather than third overtime that it used to be. But from the third overtime on, you got to go for 2-point conversions. Yesterday in college football, we had a 7 overtime game, second longest college football game in history, followed by the Penn State Illinois game that was 9 overtimes last year. But in NFL overtime, Well, it used to be a 15-minute period. It's now a 10-minute period. It's been that way for about a decade or so. But it was always, if you score on the opening drive, you win. Okay? Which technically, still, that's what it is. But now both teams will be guaranteed a possession. Okay? You still need to know what you need to tie it to continue to play or not. So the Steelers drive and score here. They're going to win. But as far as I know, with the new overtime, those first they said the last overtime meeting was on New Year's Eve with these two back in 2006, and the Steelers won 23-17. That would have been at the end of the 2006 season, of course. Yeah, that was Roethlisberger, Santonio Holmes. Touchdown wins the game for the Steelers here. The roles are still sort of the same, though, but it's just how they ended up wording them. Like, both teams are still going to get possession. Yeah, 10-minute overtime period here. 1st and 10 for the Steelers from 25 for the kickoff. Jalen Warren, your running back. Because Najee was injured. TJ Watt was injured there late in the fourth quarter as well. Don't fumble it, whatever you do. But, what a crazy game we've seen. So, yeah, they won the coin toss. You, of course, want the ball because if you score, you win. Yeah, so they were still saying the same roles, basically. So nothing really has changed in the NFL overtime. But technically it has, but that's come playoff time, I might add. So, yeah, it's still the same for the regular season. So, you drive and score, you win. There's defense touchdown, they win. You kick a field goal, that's when the other team gets a chance to still possess the football. But at the end of 10 minutes here in overtime, if it's still tied, it ends in a tie. Game's over with. That's what's stupid still about it. Pittsburgh 3rd and 3, a minute into overtime. And they have the momentum now. After Cincy tied it up, but then remember, the extra point was blocked. And we go to overtime. We got a 3rd and 3. Run the ball. Don't turn it over. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. Keep it simple. Pick up a first down here. Mitch going to go deep. And it's going to be incomplete, intended for Claypool. They'll punt. And then since Pittsburgh on the opening drive couldn't get anything, since he gets the ball, next score wins the game. Whether that be a field goal for them, a touchdown for them, or a defense touchdown by Pittsburgh, next score going to win the game once the Bengals touch it here with 8:31 to play. As Pittsburgh goes 3 and out to begin overtime. So the defense is going to have to make another damn stop for him. Good God. All the turnovers, and you allow them to come back. You force overtime after you block the extra point. Special teams key today, no doubt about it. And then you still can't run the ball, and you still, give it back to them in the end. Just a shame. Because this offense really hasn't done much. And it's in the running game. You really can't blame Trubisky either, but you can because he's a starting quarterback and he hasn't done enough. Like the longest pass downfield is probably what? 25, 30 yards, if that. And that was in the first half. They've gone away from the tight ends. They can't run the damn ball. Defense has to make another stop for him here if they want to end up winning. But here we are in overtime, 1st and 10 from the 25. Burrow out of the gun. As Trubisky and the Steeler offense couldn't get it done. Empty set, deep ball, far side, incomplete. And of course, another fucking penalty. Pass interference on the Steeler defense. Weatherspoon. He says thumbs up, like good call. I don't know about that. There's been worse potential holds or defensive pass interferences today, and you haven't called it, and then you decided to call that? I don't think so. 1st and 10 from the 37. Handoff, loss of a yard to 2nd and 11. Back at the 36. 8:05 and counting to play. TJ Watt has a pec injury. Yeah, he probably tore his pec, probably tore his labrum. He'll probably be out a couple weeks at the least. And at worst, he's probably going to be out for the whole fucking year, I'd have to bet. Because it didn't look good the way he was holding that. He was like, I can't move my arm. And then hopefully Najee's all right with a lower body injury. 2nd and 11. Burrow dumps off P. Ryan. Miles Jack on the stop at midfield. Remember, next score wins this game. They've already connected on a fucking 59-yard field goal, too. First and 10. Yeah, next score wins the game, all right. From midfield. Draw, no, they fake the give. Burrow going to step up. Come back near side, dump it off Hurst. They get the first down. Miles Jack on the tackle again. No penalty for a late hit. It seems like, I don't know why, but the teams with cat, mascot, nicknames, the Bengals, the Lions, the Jaguars, they all come back and made their respective ball games interesting. This is an overtime tie at 20. The Eagles lead 38-35 at Detroit. The Jaguars were leading the Skins. But we'll get some final stats and scores once we hit finals here with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. 1st and 10, they get a couple yards. They'll say 7 officially, 2nd and 3. Yeah, simple draw. I wanted to go left, bounced it. That's a hold. That is a fucking hold. You want to throw a pass interference for, a little tug, but then hold right there to give them the chance to cut to get 7 yards to pick up a second. Down in 3 now to get them to field range, but you don't fucking throw the penalty. Because we'll look at penalties, and I can guarantee you there's going to be more than the Bengals have. Deep ball incomplete. Because it seems like all these penalties in the second half have gone against Pittsburgh. I'm not saying they're getting screwed, but you can put it together and take what you want from it. Incomplete, 3rd and 3. And he's already made from 59. And the Bengals won on how many game-winning field goals last year? Whether it be, in regulation or overtime. 3rd and 3, Burrow, pump fakes. And Hayden Hurst, nice catch. Did he have both feet in bounds? That was the question. I think 1, I don't know about 2. They're going to say catch. Blows a kiss to the crowd. Catch. 1, 2. Yeah, that's a catch. He got 3 in. Now, at the 13-yard line. 1st and 10, Bengals. Next score wins this game. Handoff. Mixon, nowhere to go. They'll probably just, run it here a few times and kick a field goal. Rather than, chance the touchdown and have something crazy happen. Because what a crazy, dang college football we had yesterday. It was a full moon last night too, by the way. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. And then this game's been crazy. We get bonus coverage on Fox with, speaking of those Jaguars, they are at Washington, and the Skins have the ball. 2nd and 10 from the 13. Burrow going to fake the give. Complete, but Minka on the tackle. It'll be 3rd down from the 11. It's 28-22 Washington, by the way, and they have the football. 3rd and 4 from the 32. So, hey, speaking of those cat teams, the Lions ended up losing 38-35 to the Eagles. The Jaguars are going to lose after they came back as well. The Bengals came back and tied it up. Well, hopefully they can lose here too. They'll probably be the lone one team out of those 3 to fucking win though. Third and 8 now for Cincinnati with 3:37 to play. They got one timeout. And here comes McPherson. He's coming on for the field goal now. What a shame if they lose. Steelers, that is. Because like I said, you got to feel so bad for the defense. And then hopefully Najee Harris and TJ Watt are both okay. Even Mason Cole, who got injured. But there's a 29-yard field goal attempt for the win in overtime. Steelers already blocked an extra point to get to overtime. Can they block a field goal to get the ball back? It's no good. He shanked it wide left. The Steelers still have life. You have to be kidding me. Yes. They get the ball back with 2 timeouts. The snap was a little high. He got it down, but then I don't know if he got laces out and McPherson shanked it wide left. 3:33 to go. Next score still wins the game. We're still tied at 20. Pittsburgh, yeah, laces were in. That's why he shanked it. Laces out, he probably nails it. Yeah, snap was high. Laces in, you got to have him out. And he shanked it wide left. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh, they're getting the ball back. We play on in overtime. What a way to start the year. 3:33 to go. 1st and 10 from that spot. Next score wins the game. They got 2 timeouts. So field goal, touchdown, whatever. From the 20. No, not by any means. Got 80 yards to go. You got to get inside about 35 for a field goal as well. Trubisky, deep ball down the far side. What a catch. One-handed snag by Deontay Johnson. Now they're going to say he was out of bounds, incomplete. You got to look at that. Remember, we're still above 2 minutes in overtime too, but all reviews are going to come from up above anyway. Tomlin had a challenge early in the game. Didn't win it, but Johnson, hey, Jamar Chase, you can catch it with one hand, so can I. But ref says incomplete, so 2nd and 10. They're going to review it, which is the right call because all reviews are from up above. So they want to make sure they get it right before we play on. He still had his mic on. He was talking to the crowd. That's a catch. He has 1 foot in and he drugged the other. That's a catch. That's a 1st down Pittsburgh at the 45. Did he control and have possession though? Left foot's in, he drags the right. Catch, left foot down, and he drags his right. That's a catch. That is a catch. That's a 1st down Pittsburgh. There's obviously a higher power somewhere that wants the fucking Steelers to win this game. Okay? The call on the field is incomplete, but they have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. They're going to have it. That's a catch, if I've ever seen it. Because if not anymore, we don't know what a penalty is. We don't know what a catch is. We don't even know how to play football anymore at that point. That's a catch. That is a catch. Yes. Thank you. They move it already. And yeah, out past around the 45, 50-yard line. Next score wins the game still. Field goal, touchdown. 45-yard line. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. We'll see if they add more time on the clock or not. Boswell's getting ready. It's a catch. Thank you. 45-yard line. Thought so. Calls overturn. 1st and 10. 3:28, so they had 1 second. All right. Nice catch by DJ. How about you run the ball now, okay? And how about, and my TV just froze for a second for whatever reason. Oh, come on, really? I was going to say, run the football, go to your tight ends. Now CBS is trash. We got to get the game on this TV rather than on that one. So we turn off Fox. We're going to go to CBS. There is weather in the area too, because it's been raining all day. So of course the fucking satellite had to go out right wrong fucking time. And Pittsburgh was going to have a 1st and 10 at the 45 after that catch. Next score wins the game. There we go. They are, in fact, looking for the win. From the 45, 1st and 10. We didn't miss anything. End around to Gunner. He flips it to Claypool. He's got a convoy near side out past midfield. 1st down. Chase Claypool. Good play call. Good play call. So 1st and 10 after about a 12-yard pickup. Yeah, end around to Gunner. He flips it to Chase. Trubisky and Warren get out there to block for him. He gets 12 yards out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop as well. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Boswell lacing up his cleats. Recently engaged, so congratulations. 1st and 10 from the 43. Trubisky, deep ball near side, got hit as he threw it. Incomplete. That ball was very wobbly. He's sacked once today, but that was probably the biggest hit he took to this point, I'd say. Now we got an update. Colts in overtime. They're also tied at 20, and they missed a game-winning field goal. Oh, my God. We might have 2 games end in ties with the same exact score at 20 apiece if neither of these teams can find a way to win here. From the 43, Trubisky going to shuffle it. No, he rolls out, complete to Claypool. They're in field goal range. Okay. Good for 6 yards. Satellite has come back on TV. And whatever the hell has happened from that play, maybe I did miss the play. I don't think I did. But here comes Boswell. It's 4th and 4 for the Steelers. They're in field goal range, okay? This is for the win. Bengals have no timeouts to ice them. Where the hell are they? Yeah, okay, maybe I was a play behind. 3rd and 4, so they got nothing on that. 4th and 4, we're live. And from the 37, 47, 55, 56-yard field goal for the win in overtime for the Steelers. McPherson made a 59-1 earlier. This from 55 for the win. He doinks it off the left upright, and we play on with 2 to go. in overtime. What the hell's going on today? Oh my God. Doinked it off the left upright. He had the distance too for 55. You gotta be kidding me. Who the hell wants to win this game? God. Snap, hold, all good, and then doink, halfway up the upright. Good God. That would have been good too for the win. Jesus Christ. He can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. Yeah, 2:22 to go. And Burrow's getting the ball back, yeah, with some good field position at the 45, and the next score still wins the game. Defense going to have to make another stop here. Burrow, almost sacked, tucks it and runs, slides and gets a first down. Should have been tackled for a loss. And this will take us to the 2-minute warning in overtime. 2nd and 1 for the Bengals. They have no timeouts. Pittsburgh has 2. But next score is still going to win this game. Let's update in the meantime some scores from around the league, because it is 4:30. We have games now final. We have games at 4 o'clock underway. We had the Colts and Texans also in overtime tied at 20 with missed field goals in overtime. And after yesterday's crazy day in college football, like I said, full moon last night, now this craziness in the NFL today, like what the hell's going on? The Saints defeated the Falcons 27-26. The Bears defeated the 49ers 19-10. The Eagles 38-35 over the Lions. The Dolphins win 20-7 over the Patriots after being up 17-0 at halftime. Ravens 24-9 winners over the Jets. Washington defeated Jacksonville 28-22. Cleveland came back and won, or they held on to win, excuse me. Carolina almost came back to win. Yeah, Cleveland held on to win against Baker Mayfield and the Panthers 26-24. We're tied at zeros in all 4 games that are underway right now. Sunday night, Monday Night Football still come, but we're tied at 20 in overtime with the Colts and Texans, and now also here at the 2-minute warning in overtime, also tied at 20 with the Steelers and Bengals. So next score wins. DeMarvin Leal, the rookie out of A&M, the injured Steeler defender. Thank you, Iron Eagle. I just said that. 1st and 10, Cincinnati, though. They had a 2nd and 1 to begin the 2-minute mark after that. Slide by Burrow. Boswell talking with the ref, by the way, too. Like, how the hell did that doink off the upright? First and 10, Cincinnati. From the 44, Burrow going to dump it off, and Hayden Hurst gets out of bounds. Clock's going to stop with 1:38. They'll have a 2nd down and about 5. Now we have some scoring in these 4 o'clock kicks. 7-0 Titans over the Giants, 7-0 Vikings over the Packers, 7-0 Chiefs over the Cardinals, 3-0 Chargers over the Raiders. It seems like the Colts and Texans are going to tie at 20. The Texans had the ball, the Colts just got it back, but there's only a few seconds left. Now Cameron Hayward's injured. Everybody's probably gassed. Everybody's probably cramping up at this point. This game should have been over how long ago? Yet we still play on in overtime, tied at 20, because it seems like nobody wants to win this damn game, even in overtime, because the kickers are missing extra points or missing field goals. Yeah, injuries might be key for the Steelers right now. Like, looking ahead, like, might not be a good thing. Second and 4. From the 38. Empty set, right to left. Pressure from the let. Burrow rolls out, incomplete, out of bounds. Minka on the coverage. Intended for Pirine. 3rd down and 4. Yep, minute 34. Pittsburgh has no more timeouts. Cincinnati. So I honestly don't know if that's going to happen. And he really does. 3rd and 4. Trips it a bunch near side. Burrow. Pressure from the let off the edge again. Fumble. Bengals recover at midfield. Pirine on the run. Tackle his ass back at the 39. Should have tackled him at midfield. Now they got a 4th and whatever it is. 4th and about probably 6, because they only lost 2 yards after all that. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Good God. So yeah, what a save by Cincinnati, but 4th down, and they're going to have to kick it here. Here comes McPherson again. 1:01 and counting, under a minute to play. Got to stop the clock. Now the ball's at midfield. Yeah, they got to punt. Or they'll let this, neither team has any timeouts. They'll let this play clock wind until they have to punt it. Pittsburgh's going to have to return the punt for a touchdown, or at least, get a decent return and then heave it, unless Cincinnati wants to heave it here. Ball's at midfield, they spot it, because it looks like this game is going to end in a tie now. There's 46 seconds left in overtime. Only the fumbler can recover in advance. Back to where the recovery took place. Thanks, Gene. Pittsburgh zone, what do they call? 1:29 on the clock. Clock's going to start on Whitecapper's signal. Where's the ball spotted at, though? It's 4th and 16. So back at midfield still, where's the ball spotted? Okay, Burrow would be the only player to advance it. That's why it's back at midfield. So what Pirine did doesn't matter. And Cincinnati's on the punt. They're going to wind this clock until they have to kick it. It's at 1:16 right now, 27 seconds on the play clock and counting. Neither team has any timeouts. We're tied at 20. Yeah. Pittsburgh back with under a minute to go. Yeah, they should have drained that as far as they could. Don't muff it. Whatever you fucking do not muff the punt. Okay, touchback on the punt. It'll be 1st and 10 Steelers from the 20. 56 seconds. Next score wins the game still. But if nobody scores in these 56 seconds, this game's going to end in a tie, tied at 20 to begin the year. I don't know how he's doing that. So they got to go 80 yards for a touchdown, get inside the 35-40 for another long field goal from Chris Boswell to win it here at the end of overtime. Because if neither of these teams win at the end of overtime, they tie. They're 0-1 to begin the year. 1st and 10 from the 20. What? What the hell is going on now? What a crazy game. What a crazy ass game. Yeah, 56 seconds. Yeah, 56 seconds, 1st and 10. Okay, they're making sure the clock's right. They shut off the side scoreboard because it wasn't working. The ones in the end zones are right. So some technical difficulties. 1st and 10 from the 20, though, for the Steelers. They get one final chance. Or whatever you fucking do not turn it over. No fumble, scoop, and score. No pick six. Drive, get in field range, kick a field goal, drive, score a touchdown, and win this thing. Trubisky down the middle of the field. That's pass interference. Intended for Freiermuth. Where's the flag? No. Now you're letting them play, as you've let them play for the most part all day, but update for the Chiefs and Cardinals. Yeah, it's 7-0. We knew that. Still trying to get an update on, if anybody knows, let me know in the comments below, with the Colts and Texans, if they did in fact tie at 20. Second and 10 after the incompletion from the 20. Trubisky far side complete. Got to go. Stays in bounds. Got to go. Deontay Johnson. He gets brought down just short of the line of gain. It'll be 3rd and inches. 3rd and 1, officially 35 seconds of counting. Cincinnati just jumped off sides. That's a free play. It's a free play. Trubisky, deep down the middle, complete to Freiermuth at midfield, and he's down at the 45. So decline the offsides. You got to get up there and spike at 25 seconds. And in fact, the Colts and Texans do tie at 20. This game does need to end in a tie at 20. Pittsburgh is going to win it at either 23-20 or 27-20, hopefully. Make it 26-20, because they won't have to kick the extra point. 25 seconds as Boswell laces up his cleats again. What a play by Trubisky to keep that alive, knowing he had a free play, and then nice catch by Freiermuth at 50, gets another 5 yards on the yak. 1st and 10 from the 45. Yeah, you got to get at least another 10, 15 yards for a little shorter than a 55-yard field goal. Quick slant over the middle, incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. 2nd and 10, you got 21 seconds. Still tied at 20. This is the last 1 o'clock game that's on, because everything else has gone final. We have teams that have won. We have teams that have lost. The Colts and Texans have tied at 20. We are tied at 20 here with the Steelers and Bengals with 21 seconds to play in overtime. And if neither team scores here, we'll also end in a tie. 2nd and 10 for the Steelers from the 45. Out of the gun, 4 wide. Trubisky, slant, caught Freiermuth. They go back to the tight end. He gets in field goal range. You got to spike it. You got to clock it. Go. 10 seconds. Spike it. Jesus Christ. 8 seconds. Now from the 35. I don't know if you'd want to run a play or not. You don't have any timeouts. And you don't want to take a chance of having a turnover. So you're probably going to kick it here with 8 seconds. But if you kick it with 8 seconds and you miss it, there still might be 3 seconds or so for them to heave it for a Hail Mary to win it that way. So you might want to, maybe a quick out route, just like Cincinnati did in the front corner of the end zone, to score, to tie it at the end of regulation before they should have won it, but then the block extra point. 8 seconds, 2nd and 10 for the Steelers after they spike it to stop the clock. They're going to run a play here from the 35-yard line. Nobody's covering him. Top of your screen. Throw it. Or throw it near side. Incomplete. All right, 5 seconds. Yeah, throw it away if nobody's open. So here comes Chris Boswell for the win. It'll be from 52. He had enough leg from 55 just a little bit ago, but he doinked it off the left upright. Crazy-ass game. Neither team wants to win this. 53 officially from the 35. Give or take 7-8 yards from the snap, hold, kick. Plus the 10 yards in the end zone, plus the yardage, of course, from the goal line to where your ball is spotted. But this is for the win. 53-yard field goal. He misses it. Game ends in a tie. Kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be right down Broadway. And the Steelers win it as time expires in overtime, 23-20 over the Cincinnati Bengals. Oh my God, what a game. Hell yeah. 23-20 is your final score. The Steelers win it in overtime on a 53-yard field goal by the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell. It does end on a kick. Numerous times, for sure, yes. Pittsburgh, at the end of the day, even with no running game, they found a way to win. They're 1-0. And the Bengals now have lost 2 straight, including the Super Bowl last year. What a game. And what a finish. It seemed like nobody wanted to win this game. Wow. Tomlin blows a kiss to the camera again. And that does it for CBS's coverage for Steelers Bengals. Check my pulse. Oh my. Where to begin? Where to start? Good God. You got to feel for Cincinnati in a tough loss like that now. They'll meet the Sunday night before Thanksgiving in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. Pittsburgh going to host New England next week. 1 o'clock on CBS, so be sure to tune in for those live watch-along reactions as well. We'll keep CBS on the main TV. We'll switch back to Fox over here because, well, satellite had went out for a second. Ended up putting the game on this, so of course you can still watch it. The Bengals still ended up getting the ball back because that was right around when he dunked the field goal. And then they have to punt, and then the Steelers drive. Trubisky got him in field goal range a few times. Okay, they need to learn to punch it in, no doubt about it. But when the game was on the line, he did what he had to do. They need to find a running game, but he did what he had to do. He got him in field goal range. They should have won it on the 55-yarder. They doinked it. Since he got another chance. Okay, they punted. Pittsburgh got the ball back again. So, talk about 9 lives. Well, the Bengals just used all of them in this game today. So, meow. Pittsburgh wins at 1-0 now. 23-20 your final score. And they'll give us Chiefs Cardinals, actually right now, Jim Nance. And with the Chiefs up 14-0 on Arizona, Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wilson on the call. We'll mute. And then also Packers Vikings on Fox. But, man, like I said, where the hell even begin? What a game. That was crazy. That was bonkers. Like, just absolutely nuts. These 2 games should be good here. Thought maybe at a point in time that game wasn't going to get over before Sunday Night Football, before I log back on later on tonight for live watch-along reactions of Buccaneers Cowboys. And be sure to tune back in. But, man... For one, the Bengals had no reason to be in this game. But at the same time, Pittsburgh allowed them to come back. 5 turnovers. They capitalized on 3 of those 5 for 17 points, and they're all in the first half. Up until the end of regulation, Pittsburgh only had 3 at the early part of the fourth quarter with a field goal. And then the game winner, of course, win in overtime. Because there were numerous opportunities by both of these teams to win it. But a huge sigh of relief, no doubt about it. Because a win's a win at the end of the day, and they found a way to win. When you lose, you say little. When you win, you say less. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I know I'll probably ramble on, but just once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my Steelers Bengals live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Sure, like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, hashtag, whatever the hell you want to use at this point. NFL, Steelers, Bengals, PIT for Pittsburgh versus CIN for Cincinnati. Crazy. I don't really, give a shit at this point. A win's a win. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always great appreciate as well. Let me know what you thought of the game. Man, like I said, where to even begin? Because we'll pull up some final stats and scores here. In overtime, the Steelers once again win it 23-20 over the Cincinnati Bengals. And they start out 1-0, just like they did last year and the year prior. Okay? So you can count on Pittsburgh for the most part. Winning in week 1 now. 10-5-1 under Tomlin in his time. Could have been 9-5-2. That other tie was against the Browns back in 2018. We did have a tie today at 20 apiece with the Colts and Texans, by the way. That's why I said it. If that game tied at 20 and then this game also tied at 20, I think maybe potentially that'd be the first fucking time ever in NFL history that on the same day in week 1 to begin the year, you have 2 different games tie with the same score at 20 apiece. If somebody wants to do the honor, look that up and let me know in the comments below if, in fact, that were to have happened, which it didn't because the Steelers ended up winning 23-20. But, just what a game. What a game. The penalties, as the game progressed, it seemed like they were going more towards Pittsburgh in the second half because they were letting them play early, and then later on, fourth into overtime, they were letting them play again. So overall team stats before we get into individual stats. Cincinnati by far won the first downs. They were 500, 50% on third down, 8 of 16, whereas Pittsburgh was 4 of 15. So they got to be able to continue to move the ball. There were a lot of third and shorts that they couldn't convert. But guess what? They don't have a running game. And now Najee Harris is injured, so we'll see his status is for next week. Looks like a lower body, lower left leg injury. And hopefully he's okay. Hopefully TJ Watt's okay, but I highly doubt that with him. It seems like he's going to have a left shoulder injury with either tearing his pec or tearing his labrum. Maybe even a bicep or a tricep, but as he said, he was walking off, he hurt his lips. He was holding his left shoulder. I can't move my arm. But he did walk off under his own power. Hopefully he's okay. If not, somebody's going to have to step the hell up on the left side of the defensive line coming off the edge. Maybe they go out and sign somebody. Maybe they trade for somebody. Remember, no more Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert as your head coach and GM connection. And Roethlisberger's no longer the quarterback. It's Mitch Trubisky followed by Kenny Pickett. And people are going to still be hammering for Pickett to play here at some point in time. But Trubisky still, like I said, didn't play great, but he played good enough. And once again, I'll say it again, he gives them the best chance to win. And he did just that. He did enough. Got them in field goal range a few times, like I said. Gave them the chance to do this or that. And then at the end of the day, they won, and a win's a win. So the Pickett stuff's going to have to, sizzle. It's going to have to, take a back seat and relax for a little bit. Until, of course, if Mitch would get hurt once again or, start sucking, and then that's a conversation for a different day. But regardless if he's playing quarterback or whoever's playing quarterback, they have to find a running game. They have no running game at all. Man, yeah. They had a lot of third and shorts, 4 for 15 on third down. Cincinnati ran 33 more total plays than the Steelers did and lost. And almost had a good 150 more total yards as well. Burrow was sacked 7 times, whereas Mitch was only sacked once. Yeah, they won the total yards. They won the passing. They won the rushing. Yeah, Pittsburgh had 8 penalties, only for 59 yards. It seems like a ton more, of course. Whereas Cincinnati only had 4 penalties for 27 yards. And Cincinnati also won by far with the time of possession by a good quarter and a few minutes. Yeah, about 17 minutes more of time of possession for the Bengals. 43-43 to 26-17. And the Steelers still won with that not, going for them. So, a big team win. They found a way to win when the game was on the line. And a win's a win, There's not much else to be said about that. But they have to find a running game, okay? They have to find a running game with Najee Harris. Like I said, hopefully he's okay. If not, it's Jaylen Warren for the time being, and then Benny Snell. Maybe they bring back Tony McFarland, who they cut, but then signed to the practice squad. They might elevate him, of course, if Najee's going to be out for a little bit. Maybe even sign somebody off the street or trade for somebody as well. His injury doesn't look as serious as TJ Watt's. I think TJ honestly might be done for the season, unfortunately. If not, at least a month, maybe more. I hate to say it, but it didn't look good. And then Mason Cole was injured at center. J.C. Hosner, though, came in and played well. They never had any issues with any snaps or anything like that. Play calling, of course, on offense could have been, a lot better. The defense had to get them out of a lot of jams. But at the same point in time, they don't have a running game. It starts up front. You have to be able to block around the football. They need to find a running game. Unless every single game is going to be fucking like this. But at the same time, like I said, the Bengals had no right being in this game. Neither did the Steelers if they didn't have those turnovers. Okay? Because 5 turnovers they forced, 4 interceptions, and 1 fumble off of Joe Burrow. Honestly, that's what lost them the game. Even though it came down to what it came down to, they still found a way to come back. You had the pick 6. You had the fumble, which was then a field goal. And then you had another interception, which was the lone offense touchdown by the Steelers today. It's a 1-yard passing touchdown from Trubisky to Najee Harris before halftime to go up 17-6. Okay? The Bengals had a few field goals, as did the Steelers. So McPherson and Boswell with some points on the board in their favor. So thank them. Rely on your special teams when needed, of course. They come overtime, though. Everybody was missing, it felt like. No, but yeah, the turnovers. Like, say Pittsburgh didn't get those 5, let alone 3 turnovers that they capitalized on. That's 17 points. The offense had 1 touchdown, which was off of a turnover. So they have nothing to show for them at that point, okay, offensively. They're getting shut out, 6-0, give or take. Bengals score a touchdown, so 13-0, 14-0 if they still go for 2, which they probably won't at that point. So that's 2 touchdown lead. Boswell, okay, ended up kicking a field goal early in the 4th, and then, in overtime, but then the overtime one unaccounted. So really all the Steeler offense today had to show for was 3 points, which is an absolute shame. It is. Pathetic on top of that. They need a running game. And they would have lost, regardless of what happened late, because you wouldn't even got to that point if they didn't have the turnover. So thanks to the defense, they won them the game once again. The offense has to get their head out of their ass. Trubisky, like I said, he didn't play great, but he didn't play bad either. He finished officially 21 of 38. Okay, he had more incompletions in the second half, but they were throwing more because they couldn't run the football, and they were trying to at least do something on offense. But you run to pass, you pass to run, they still couldn't run the fucking football. They got to fix that problem. It's been a disaster for 3 years for both Penn State football and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Neither team's had a running game. Penn State's trying to get there. It seems like it's going to be there. Pittsburgh, it was there at times last year. Overall, though, for both of them, more so than not, Penn State and the Steelers, which is both of them. But today we're talking the Steelers. We talked Penn State yesterday, so be sure to go check out that live stream. Be sure to tune in next week for the Penn State-Auburn game and the Steeler-Patriot game. But, talking about the Steelers today, as I said yesterday too for that, it's got to be more balanced and more consistent. I don't care who the hell you are or who the hell's playing quarterback. You have to have a running game in order to win, okay? And the Steelers, that's what they're known to do to begin with. Run the football and play good defense. The good defense was there today. Of course, yeah, okay. They gave a touchdown, allowing them back in the game. They gave a touchdown to tie at the end of regulation. The Bengals would have won it, I might add, with a made extra point, but that was blocked by Minkah Fitzpatrick. That's what got us to overtime to begin with, tied at 20. And then missed field goals in overtime a few times apiece by each kicker before Boswell nailed a 53-yarder, and the Steelers win at 23-20 once again. So, yeah, I mean, they got to fix the running game. They got to find one before they fix it, but you got to fix something before you find one. It goes both ways, if that makes sense. I mean, like I said, the offensive line I didn't think looked bad. I thought they looked all right. Trubisky was running a little bit. He only took one sack, though. Whereas Burrow, the Steeler defense, sacked him 7 times and forced 5 turnovers, and which led to 17 points. Of course, could have been a max of 35 points, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. Game would have ended fucking 5 hours ago. But, man, just, hard-fought win. Like I said, you got to feel bad for Cincinnati the way the game ended. I mean, I'd be saying the same thing if Pittsburgh would have lost. A tough loss. But this is a big win, especially in division on the road to begin the year. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. Regardless of how it ended, a win's a win at the end of the day. So, yeah, Bengals stats here. Burrow was 33 of 53 for 338 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Had 4 interceptions and a fumble, and was also sacked 7 times. Joe Mixon, I said at a point in time, okay, maybe the Cincinnati running game is going to be the difference. Well, I mean, it was, but it wasn't compared to Pittsburgh's, because the Steelers didn't have one to begin with. On top of that, the turnovers. But really, it was special teams at the end of the day, because once we got into overtime, the kickers missed, and then Boswell made one, and then the Steelers won. So one game, finish. I'd say no doubt about it, arguably the best game of the season thus far. It's only week 1. We've only seen the 1 o'clock games. These 4 o'clock kicks are, about midway through the first half. But, Burrow was 33 of 53, 338 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, had a fumble, and was also sacked 7 times. Mixon, 27 carries, 82 yards rushing. Joe Burrow also had 6 carries, 47 yards rushing. So these quarterbacks were trying to get away, make a play out of it, and rightfully so. You got to do what you got to do to, move the sticks, get a first down, and move the ball and hope to score and hope to win at the end of the day. Jamar Chase led the Bengals in receiving. He had 10 catches, 129 yards receiving, and a touchdown, which is what he had in regulation because they didn't get him the ball in overtime. Mixon had 7 catches, 63 yards. Hayden Hurst had a pretty good game. Pat Freiermuth had a few more catches there in overtime. Like I said, quarterback's best friend, especially for the Steelers right now, regardless of who it is. it's a running game, and it's checking down to your receivers. And hopefully Najee's all right, and hopefully they can find a running game. But Pat Fryermuth, I thought he had a big game, at least late. He made some big catches when the game was on the line, and Mitch got him into field goal range, and that's all it took, because that's all they needed to win, because next score won the game at that point, and they did just that with a 53-yard ball as well, field goal once again. So we got Hayden Hurst, 46 catches. Tyler Boyd had 4 catches, 33 yards, and a score. Peter Ryan, 3 of 33. T. Higgins, 2 catches, 27 yards. He was injured midway through the second quarter and did not return. So we'll see, of course, what his status is. And then McPherson officially was 2 of 3 on field goals with a long of 59. And then also had an extra point blocked. That would have won them the game at the end of regulation, 21-20. But then he misses it because it gets blocked by Minka Fitzpatrick. The Steelers have life going into overtime, and then they get an extra life after that in the middle of overtime. And then once again get the ball back, it felt like, which they did. And I mean, a win's a win. They won it. So, I mean, if you're not drained after watching that as I am, along with playing in it, for God's sakes, or let alone being there, like, what the hell's going on? Like, hoo-wee. Yeah, Trubisky, he had 3 carries, 9 yards rushing, okay? He was sacked once, but he didn't turn the ball over. The Steelers didn't turn the ball over at all, okay? Which is the same time, though, like I said a little bit ago, you create 5 turnovers on defense. You got to capitalize, which they did on 3 of those 5 for 17 points. But then offensively, you got to, lay the hammer down on them every once in a while and keep it going, and just not sit back and wait for them to come back, because that's what it felt like. That's what happens all the time, it feels like, in Steelers games. Like, they either get out to a lead, the other team comes back and makes it a game, or they're down and then they make it exciting and, come back and almost win, but then might end up losing. Whereas, like I said, the Bengals had no right to be in this game with the amount of turnovers they had. The last time somebody had -5 turnovers in a game in NFL history was a decade ago. They came back and won. It was the Falcons and Cardinals, they said. But today, the Steelers say no to the Bengals. You're not doing that too. We're going to win, and we did. They did. Yeah, so you got a problem with the running game, of course, because like I always say, when your starting quarterback is your leading rusher, let alone your second wide receiver today for the Steelers is your leading rusher, you got a major issue. Because Chase Claypool had 6 carries for 36 yards rushing, along with 4 catches for 18 yards. Okay, so they're using Claypool sort of as a Swiss Army knife. They're getting him the ball in the receiving game, of course, because he's wide receiver to begin with, but then also in the run game. And, some play calls were like, okay, that was good. Some play calls was like, all right, what the hell are you doing? But Najee Harris had 10 carries, 23 yards, had 2 catches, 3 yards, and the lone offensive touchdown before halftime. Jalen Warren had 3 carries, 7 yards. But Mitch Trubisky officially finished 21 of 38 for a $194 and a touchdown in his first Steeler game. Didn't turn the ball over either. Can't ask for much more from him, okay? They just got to find a running game. Because if he plays, consistent like that and they find a running game, defense plays the way they are, they'll be fine. So I said at the start, I don't care who's playing quarterback. As long as you can run the ball and play Steeler defense, you'll be okay. And they will be okay. This is a big win. Might be overreacting a little bit, but I say this all the time anyway. It's a long-ass season, okay? But you got to be able to run the football. Today's game ain't going to win them the Super Bowl. Season ain't won in week 1 or lost in week 1. It's won later on in the year in November and December, okay? Anybody with common sense knows that. But because because that's the conversation for Pickett to play. Because you might look at these stats if you didn't watch the game. Or if you did watch the game and didn't look at the stats, vice versa. And Pitt fans hammering for, Pickett to play right away. which doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, that's probably a good thing overall long term, and that's what they want. Unless something happens to Mitch, if he gets hurt or he starts to suck. That's a conversation for another day. That's when Pickett could play. But it seems like he's going to be sitting. And that's fine by me, because Mitch still gives them the best chance to win. He's no Big Ben Roethlisberger by any means. Okay, we're going to have to get to used to that, because we saw Ben for 18 years and 2 Super Bowl titles later. Yeah, he's not Big Ben by any means, but he did enough, and he won him the damn game. Defense won him the game overall, because they got the offense the ball back. 5 turnovers. Bengals still shouldn't have been in the game, but Pittsburgh doesn't get those turnovers. Steelers aren't in the game, like I said. So a lot to unwind here, but no, Trubisky. I thought he played good. I did. He, of course, could have played better, but that goes for anybody. That goes for the best player on the team. That goes for the worst player on the team. Because everybody's equal. It's a team sport. There's no I in team. But yeah, Trubisky was 21-38 for $194 and a touchdown. Didn't turn it over. Made plays when he had to. If only they had a running game. Because once again, that's what I'm saying. Regardless of who's playing quarterback, no running game. Okay, maybe Pickett makes some more throws, but maybe he turns the ball over though too. You got to take the good with the bad for the time being, and you got to take the good with the bad overall. But at the same time, yes, no doubt about it. Kenny Pickett was drafted in the first round this past April in the draft. He's the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But right now, the centerpiece, the middleman, in between Big Ben and Kenny Pickett is Mitchell Trubisky, who was also a former first-round pick back in 2017. He's now officially 30-21 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's 1-0 as a Steeler. And from a Bear to a Bill, both those teams won. His new team, the Steelers, also won today too. 23-20 in overtime against the Cincinnati Bengals. So overall, yes, they still need to find a running game at the end of the day, because whoever's playing quarterback's going to need a running game. Trubisky has the experience, unlike Pickett in the NFL. Even though Pickett might be NFL ready, he has the experience. He's won now 30 games and 51 starts. Okay, so he's 9 games above 500 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. He did enough, I thought, with no running game. Just if they had a running game for him, with those third down conversions, maybe they get some more converted, get some more first downs, work some clock. Of course, don't turn it over then either, as you didn't do to begin with, which is a good thing, of course. You want the defense to create the turnovers from the other team. Then offensively, you got to be able to capitalize, which they did. Of course, could have scored some more, but Trubisky's a star quarterback, okay? And Kenny Pickett's going to back him up. But like I said as well, Kenny Pickett's ready if need be. If they need him to play because something happens, whether he gets hurt or he starts to suck, Pickett is ready to play. He was drafted in the first round for a fucking reason, okay? And he's the future of the franchise. We'll see how good he is once he does start. But for the time being, Mitch Trubisky is the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They just got to find a running game on offense. If they can, they'll be all right, because look how good the defense played. Yeah, okay, the defense gave up a couple touchdowns. Well, so did the Bengals. They gave up a pick 6. They gave up an offensive touchdown. And then, the field goals with special teams. But at the end of the day, the Steelers still scored more points, because football is not golf, and whoever has the most points ends up winning, and a win's a win, and the Steelers win it once again in overtime, 23-20. So, end of story on that. Pat Freiermuth led the team in receiving. He had 5 catches for 75 yards, with a good 3 or 4 of those catches in the fourth or in overtime. So yeah, he made some plays. He stepped up on offense, and he's that check down receiver for Mitch to throw to. If only they had a running game, help them out. Check down your receivers, whether it be Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, George Pickens. Gunner played a little bit today, as did Miles Boykin. But then check it down to your tight end and Pat Freiermuth, Zach Gentry, who is a former quarterback, so he knows where the quarterback's looking at. if you're a receiver, any level in football, a little advice, just get the hell open. Quarterback's going to throw you the football if you're open. And up front, hopefully you can block, hopefully you can run the football. Run to pass, pass to run. Pat Fryermuth, 5 catches, 75 yards receiving. Deontay Johnson had 7 catches for 55 yards. Zach Gentry had 2 catches for 40 yards. Claypool, 4 of 18. And then Najee, 2 of 3. George Pickens had a catch for 3 yards on like a 1st and 10 to make it a 2nd and 7. Some point in time in the second half. And Boykin, he was targeted a few times. They went deep to him down the far sideline early. It was incomplete. Trubisky, he has the arm. He's just got to be more accurate, it seems like. Got to be more balanced and more consistent on offense. No doubt about it. Play calling could be better as well. Yeah, it's there. They just got to put it all together. If they can click and sync up, balanced, not, conservative by any means, late unless you need to be. I mean, I can understand, throwing at points and times of the game. Today, though, play calling like that, you got to run the football. Because there was a time, it was like under 2 minutes to go. And that's what gave Cincinnati the ball back. Remember this, to drive and score the touchdown, and then you get the blocked extra point to force overtime, and then everything happens in overtime. They had an injured player, so they were charged timeout rather than Cincinnati, who had 2 timeouts left at the point in time. You had a 3-and-out real quick, and like 20 seconds or less come off the clock, and you gave them the ball back. They drove and scored, and that's what tied it for us overtime. So, the forced overtime was the blocked extra point. They should have won it. Honestly, they should have. We'd be sitting here talking about their loss then, or Pittsburgh would have lost it in overtime, but they didn't. They won it. They found a way to win. Win's a win, Good teams find ways to win at the end of the day. They do. But no, balance, consistency, take what the defense gives you. Just keep it simple, Run the ball. Don't do anything stupid. Don't turn it over. Penalties, there were a few that they didn't call on both teams. They were letting them play. And rightfully so. It's week 1. Let them play. Hockey League's crew always throws the most penalties, it seems like, though, in a game, regardless of who's playing. Just go back to the Thanksgiving game last year with the Raiders and Cowboys. There was like fucking 100 penalties apiece. But, no. Yeah, just don't do anything stupid. Don't turn over. No penalties. Defensively, I honestly thought they played their best defensive game until they started allowing, because they were starting to get tired there a little bit, it seemed like. But when you're out there the whole entire game, for the most part, with possession, because the offense can't move the football, what do you expect then at that point, though? So take it for what it's worth. It's there, but I thought they played pretty damn good on defense. They gave up, 2 touchdowns, a 2-point attempt, a couple field goals, but at the end of the day, they found a way to win. Whether it took all that chaos or not, a win is a win. Just hopefully Najee Harris and TJ Watt are going to be okay. We'll see what their status is. If they haven't already made an announcement, I'm sure Tomlin was asked in his post-game press conference about it. I'll have to check that out. But, I guess that's it. There's not really much else to be said. Minka Fitzpatrick had an interception. Cam Sutton had an interception. TJ Watt had an interception. And Ahkello Witherspoon had an interception. Cam Hayward recovered the fumble that we thought was an interception. They ruled it a fumble. Gunner had 1 punt return for 20 yards, which created a spark there whenever that occurred. Yeah, Boswell was 3 of 4 on field goals, 2 for 2 on extra points. Had the distance for that 55-yarder, but he doinked it off the left upright. But then he made a 53-yarder for the win. And Presley Harvin, even though he punted 8 times, he had an average of about 50 yards. So they're flipping the field. They're doing what they need to do in that situation. And it takes all 3 phases to win. Offense, defense, and special teams. And they did just that today. I would think, of course, have to rank them. The special teams won the game, of course, with the game-winning field goal. But the defense really won in the game, because if they don't get those turnovers, they for sure don't win. So yeah, defense, special teams, and offense. We'll see if that continues or not. Hopefully not. You would want like defense, offense, or offense, defense, and then special teams, because you don't want to rely on special teams unless you absolutely have to. But hopefully, when you do rely on your special teams, you have a damn good kicker and a damn good punter. So, yeah, the Steelers win it 23-20 in overtime, the kickoff of the year against Cincinnati Bengals, with a 53-yard field goal from the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell, right down the yellow brick road. And Pittsburgh won, Cincinnati 0-1. However, both Cleveland and Baltimore also won today as well. This is a lone AFC North game, as Baltimore defeated the Jets and Cleveland defeated the Panthers. Pittsburgh next week will host the Patriots. I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube then next Sunday at 1 o'clock, so be sure to tune in. And then they go to Cleveland on a short week on a Thursday night, week 3. That'll be September the 22nd. So here we are, 9/11, 21 years to the day that we will never forget. Next week they host Belichick and the Patriots, who lost at Miami today against the Dolphins. So Steelers, Patriots next week at 1 on CBS, and then Thursday Night Football at the Browns. So they get 2 of the first 3 games out of the gate are divisional games, and then they also play, as the schedule shakes out with the AFC East and the NFC South, they play the whole entire AFC East before Halloween. They play the Patriots next week, then they go to Cleveland before they get the Jets at home, and then they go to Buffalo, and then they go to Miami on a Sunday night, October the 23rd. So, we'll see who's are undefeated, and we'll see who's winless. After this week 1, there's going to be a lot of overreacting, as there always is. It's one game. It's a long-ass season. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was, even though the Bills look good and potentially a few other teams might look good this weekend or real bad, the Super Bowl's not decided until February, okay? The season ain't won in early to mid-September, weeks 1, 2, 3, 4. It's won in November, in December, into the playoffs, and if you get hot, good luck. Or if you're playing against one of those teams that's red hot, wish you even better luck, to try to keep up. But no, I think Pittsburgh's going to be in it. I do at the end of the year. I've been saying this all off season, even without Ben, because if they can continue to play good defense and try to run the football, whether it's Ben Roethlisberger or not, he helped out a lot, of course, because he won 2 Super Bowls in his 18 years. Of course, past few years, he didn't look himself, it seemed like. But at the same time, they weren't helping him out because they didn't have a running game. Okay, so he's have to do it all himself. Sort of what Trubisky was doing today. So we'll see how much they trash him about that. They probably will, because then they'll be in favor of Kenny Pickett. I can already see that headline. That's just typical, sports media, sports politics for you. But, no, I do think they'll be, a good 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 win team, give or take. They'll be in the thick of it. That's what I said at the start. They'll be in the running for the AFC North crown, and then if not, they'll be a wild card team. But the problem is, Like I said, the AFC is more wide open overall than the NFC is. You're going to have a good 10, 12 teams, maybe even 2 full divisions fighting for wild card spots. And there's only 4 division winners and 3 wild card spots for a total of 7 teams. So, if it comes down to it, you go to tiebreaker roles, and you get in, you get in. If you don't, you don't. Better luck next year. But at the same point in time, you shouldn't have to rely on tiebreaker roles or needing help, even though the Steelers got some help last year. They still took care of business. You got to take care of your own business before, you try to add up and think about, well, what about this? What about that? I'm not saying they're winning the Super Bowl by any means, but they're going to be a good team. They're going to be a lot better. They'll be a playoff team, I think. Yeah. They're going to be a lot better than people think they are. Because that's, been the talk. Well, no more Ben Roethlisberger. Last I checked, even though Mike Tomlin has always had Ben Roethlisberger as quarterback, it's a team sport. The defense has won them how many games in the past? Okay, and Ben's also won the Steelers how many games in the past as well. The Steelers haven't had a losing season in almost 20 years. Okay? They've been at least 500. That's 8-8 or better. Now, of course, an odd 17 total games in the 18 weeks that you play. They finished last year at 9-7-1 because they tied the Lions. They almost fucking tied the Bengals today, but they win. So they're going to be in it. They'll be in the thick of it. The problem is, do they, win or lose some games that they, should have either won or lost, give or take, however you want to put it. More so than not, they should have won this game if they lost, But today, yeah, they win 23-20 to final score in overtime. So, yeah, I think that'll do it for myself. But just a big win. Gutsy. Very gutsy. At a time, it felt like, TJ Watt was putting the team on his back, as did Cam Hayward. Patrick, start. Those are your 3 pillars on defense. They are. It's going to suck if they lose TJ for the year with an injury. And then it's Najee and Pat Freiermuth, and Mitch can, make some plays and win some games, it looks like. We'll see if Yinzer Nation comes up with a nickname for Mitch at all or not, but he itched his way down the field and got him in field goal range, I can tell you that much, and Boswell kicked the game winner in overtime, so yeah, they'll be better than people think they are, because they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're always in it. And that's why, if you're not a Steeler fan, probably why, unless you can respect that much, you hate the Steelers, because whoever the hell you like, sucks for the most part. But joking aside, that is true though. Yeah, they found a way to win when the game was on the line, even though with all the chaos, and it took this long. And here I am still talking however long after the game's wrapped up. Hell, we're probably almost at halftime on CBS and Fox for Chiefs Cardinals and Packers Vikings. But yeah, just big win overall. Very big win. And to start the year off like this, that gives them some momentum, I think, moving ahead. But how do you respond, from a big win like this? Because big wins sometimes, the next week you lay an egg. Or if you lose and then the next week, where the hell was this at, More balance, more consistency overall. Just on offense or defense, just overall in all aspects, on every single play. Just do enough or do more than the other team, in order to win it. Because the name of the game is, in fact, to win. You play to win the game, as Herm Edwards once said. even though Arizona State lost last night. And he's been fired or left both gigs he had in the NFL. All joking aside on that as well, yeah, we'll see how they play in the coming weeks. Because last year, after a big win at Buffalo, remember they dropped 3 in a row. And one of those was to Cincinnati. But they beat the Bengals today after getting swept by them last year. They'll meet on the Sunday night before Thanksgiving in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. I believe that's November the 20th, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll leave it at that. There's really not much else to be said. The Steelers win in overtime 23-20 once again over the Cincinnati Bengals. So, just trying to make sure I didn't forget anything. And if I did, well, I'll talk about it later on tonight. Hell, even next week for the Steelers-Patriot game. Yeah, just overall a big win. But how do you keep it going? How do you build off of this? It is the big question. But in my opinion, and I think they know it, and we'll see what Najee's status is. Can they run the football? Because it all starts up front. Because if they can run the football, watch the hell out for the Steelers. Because like I said, I do believe, honestly, they're going to be better than a lot of people think they will be. Because if they can win, 9 games last year and make the playoffs with an aging Ben Roethlisberger, okay, who's a future Hall of Famer and 2-time Super Bowl winner. Okay, yeah, they lost in the playoffs, but they still made the playoffs. There's teams that didn't make the playoffs that potentially, could have, but they didn't because they didn't. If they can make the playoffs like that, because honestly, this year in 2022 as well, a lot like Penn State football the past 2 years, like I said yesterday, what team are we getting? Because Penn State started out 0-5 in 2020, then won 4 in a row. Last year they started 5-0 and then lost 6 of 8 down the stretch and finished 7-6. They're 2-0 right now. Steelers are 1-0, but a couple years ago in 2020 for the Steelers, they were what? 11, 12-0 before they lost to Washington and then Cincinnati right before Christmas. Both on Monday nights because the one game was rescheduled and then played on Pearl Harbor. Here we are, 9/11, 2022, 21 years since the attack, and the Steelers are 1-0. But yeah, they start out, 11, 12-0? Lose down the stretch, I think it was like 5-6. Because I think the only win was the Colts the day after Christmas, or 2 days after Christmas, right around when the late great exalted one, Mr. Brody Lee, had passed away. Yeah, that's right. I don't know how the hell I can remember that, but I just remember that right off the top of my head. I ain't looking at anything. I ain't looking at anything. You don't believe me? Well, you're lost. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were 11, 12-0, whatever it was. They lost 5 of 6. It felt like 6 to 7. Because that was when they lost the Browns in the playoffs. They got blown out in the playoffs because they started slow. They started fast and hung on to win. It's either that or they're getting blown out and coming back and win, or end up losing then. But then last year, yeah, they start 1-3. Before then, they win 4 in a row with a bye week. They tie the Lions. I'm looking at actually last year's schedule, along with looking ahead to this year's schedule as well. So I am looking at that. Everything else I said, just like that off the top of my head for the most part. Maybe looking at some stats here, but I've always been that way. Still am. But then, yeah, remember right before Thanksgiving in December, they lost 2 in a row and then split in December 2-2, and then won their 2 games early January, got into the playoffs with some help, and then lost in the playoffs. So, yeah, they're 9-8-1 overall with the playoff loss. But honestly, the question is, like I said, how do you build off of this win today? What team are we getting for the Pittsburgh Steelers here in 2022? Because it's going to take a few weeks to figure, that out for whatever team you like as well. Because once again, the season ain't won in the first or second week of the year. It's a long-ass season. Because if it was, well, you'd play one game, and whoever won would advance in the round of however many teams would be left. Whoever would lose would be done, and then okay, you might play another couple games, like as the playoffs would be, of course, yeah. And then like the Super Bowl is like say a month from now. Then at that point, no, it's football season. It's from late July, early August, with training camp in the preseason. Here we are mid-September with the regular season kicking off, going the whole way to mid-January before the playoffs begin. And then a month from then, that's when the Super Bowl is. And then you have the offseason with free agency. The combine after the Super Bowl, which was earlier than usual this past year, then free agency, then the draft, then you get into the dog days of summer, then that's when camp starts up, then the preseason, and then voila, here we are, regular season underway. And some teams won today, some teams lost. The Colts and Texans tied at 20. The Steelers and Bengals very well could have also done the same. But at the end of the day, the Steelers found a way to win. So I'll leave you with that. The Steelers found a way to win once again. And Chris Boswell kicked a 53-yard game-winning field goal as time expired in overtime. Because if he would have missed that, that game still would have ended in a tie at 20. He made it. Steelers win 23-20 in overtime and defeat the Cincinnati Bengals to start off 1-0. They'll host the Patriots next Sunday at 1 o'clock. So be sure to tune in to watch those live watch-along reactions live on YouTube as well. But I thank you for tuning in today and watching these live watch-along reactions live on YouTube between the Steelers and Bengals. Once again, thank you. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hope to everybody on later on tonight now for Sunday Night Football with the Buccaneers and Cowboys, along with tomorrow night Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. Next week's schedule is Thursday Night Football with the Chargers and Chiefs, along with college football, Penn State at Auburn next Saturday at 3:30. Next Sunday will be Steelers Patriots at 1 o'clock from Pittsburgh live right here on YouTube. And then next Monday as well for Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw, before the Steelers travel to Cleveland week 3 on a Thursday night. So next, week and a half or so, got AEW Grand Slam jam-packed in the middle of all that as well, with everything going on in the world of professional wrestling. But today in football, what a crazy, chaotic weekend it's been. Whether the full moon was to blame last night or not when the crazies come out. College football yesterday was wild. The NFL, at least the start to the NFL season today in week 1 for a few different games was pretty wild on top of that too, at 2 games at 20 apiece. In overtime, 1 ended in a tie at 20 with the Colts and Texans, but then the Pittsburgh Steelers found a way to win and defeated the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20 in overtime to begin 2022. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. That'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96 live right here on YouTube. Once again, thank you for tuning in. And the Steelers defeat the Bengals with a final score in overtime with a 53-yard game-winning field goal from the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell. 53-yard strike down the middle. Steelers win in overtime to begin the year 23-20 over the Cincinnati Bengals.